Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. How the hell is everybody doing out there today? It is the one, the only Aiden Linden coming to you live. I've taken a break from the YouTube sphere for a little while here. Decided that I was gonna go off and do my own thing for a little bit. And it seems like it's done the trick. Because, Big Bad Mama, I always think of Big Bad Mama as a really good advice giver on YouTube. Him and B.S. Lewis are often touted. Those are the guys you want to go to if you want the down low on what to do on YouTube. And I've heard Big Bad Mama say on a couple occasions, you want to stop doing YouTube when it stops being fun. And I gotta admit, for the last few streams that I was doing, I think that they were fairly entertaining. But I don't think I was having as much fun as I could have been having, So now that YouTube is starting to feel fun again, and it's something that I'm actually going to want to do enthusiastically, let's talk about a whole bunch of depressing stuff in the news, everybody! Yay! Woo! Oh dear. Hold on. My mic seems to be peaking just a little bit here. Let me just readjust that. Hopefully I'm sounding alright to everybody. I made a couple adjustments to the microphone in the meantime. Hey Spooky, re-examination. Glad bells. You just said the Big Bad Mama is the great grandma of YouTube. It is very true, Monsieur Clad. Very true indeed. But yeah, thank you very much to everybody that's out there. I think I'm going to jump right in to some of our first segments today, because I gotta be honest with you, I have been out of the loop for a minute now, and lots has happened. Including, can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen, the reintroduction of the Trump Without Trump segment, a segment that I thought was gonna go away, was gonna go the way of the dinosaur. It has come back. Woo! Oppression! Yeah! Hell yeah, re-examination. And no better place to get the coverage for that oppression than right here on the Aiden Linden channel. Let's get right the fuck into it, ladies and gentlemen.
Without Trump, you won't have to. It's Trump without Trump. You won't have to listen to his voice or see his face. This quote is unedited and 100% accurate. This is from a press gaggle on Air Force One on March 29th, 2026. These are the words of the President of the United States of America. They've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2. So it was 10 boats. And now today, they gave us a tribute. I don't know. I can't define it exactly what they gave us. I think I have a sign of respect. 20 boats of oil. Big, big boats of oil going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning, within the next couple of days. A lot of boats. And I could only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation. But you never know with Iran, because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up. Or whether it's a B-2 bombers or just terminating, as an example, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, probably the worst deal we've ever done as a country, one of the dumbest deals we've ever done, but I terminated it. Fortunately, otherwise right now, they'd have a nuclear weapon. Then we did the attack with the B-2 bombers, and we stopped them from having nuclear, and now we had to blow them up again. And we will probably, I think we'll make a deal with them, pretty sure. But it's possible we won't. We've had regime change, if you look already, because the one regime was decimated, destroyed, and they're all dead. And the next regime is mostly dead. And this third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. It's a whole different group of people. So I would consider that regime change. And frankly, they've been very reasonable. So I think we've had regime change. You can't do much better than that. The regime that was really bad, really evil, was the first one that was done. The second was appointed, and they're gone. They're all dead, other than the one who may have a little life in him. And then, there really are the third group, and the third group of people seem to be more reasonable. It truly is regime change, and regime change is an imperative, but I think we have it automatically. Donald J. Trump.
I think we have it automatically, ladies and gentlemen. We got it right away. It's like when you go and you get your DoorDash order, they put in the extra ketchup packet into the DoorDash. It's so handy. It's so handy, folks. They wanted to take that away. The evil Democrats. They wanted to make it so that you didn't get the extra packet in the McDonald's order, folks. It's so the worst travesties you've ever heard. You can hear her eyes rolling and her mouth trying not to speak. True re-examination. Very true indeed. I mean, regime change. That's right. We killed everybody. We killed every single person. It's a regime change because everybody in the first one, they're all dead. The people in the second one, they're almost all dead. The people in the third one, let me tell you, they just spawned into existence out of nowhere. They just were created the other day, like Bubblegum Gun likes to say. By the way, I've designated Bubblegum Gun, everybody, as my new Department of Education chief. He's the chief of education, or whatever the hell their title is. I don't even know, quite frankly. I don't know. I have about as much knowledge on that as I do about what I'm doing in Iran, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to be honest with you. This fucking guy, dude. This guy. It's not regime change. Just to take out a few people in a country that's literally been preparing for this goddamn conflict for half a century at this point. Oh, it's my favorite show. Wait, this isn't... Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Sorry, let me try to read that again. Wait, this isn't... I don't know. There seems to be something like hard-coded into the show that seems to be preventing me from saying that. I don't know what it is. It's really weird. I don't know why. Anyways, let's move on to our silly segment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what we have to see over there. Now, this right here is one of the best clips of all time. I've just got to put that out there. And I know that that's a heavy burden for a clip to bear, but I think you'll understand why as soon as you see it. So this is elephant seal patient release sped up 16 times. Let's take a look. Oh, there they go! There they go! There's so many things that need to be talked about right here, ladies and gentlemen. There are layers to this, all right? So look at this, right? They get out. He gets out. He's like, oh shit, where the hell are we right now? And then the others get out, and they have a little meeting, dude. They literally have like a little SEAL conference on the beach. And you know, because this is sped up by 16 times, they were sitting there for like a couple minutes. They were literally just sitting there like, okay, guys, what the hell are we gonna do? I don't know where we are. I don't know what we're doing. All I do know is that we gotta galump our way out onto that water, dude. We gotta make our way. And the way that it's sped up so much, you don't even see them flop anymore. They're not even flopping around. They just look like slugs at this point. They're just... And then they get out into the water. And they're still hanging out with each other, you know? Those guys are just gonna chill with each other for a while. They're just gonna hang out. And I just fucking love that so much. I love that somewhere out there on the planet, in spite of everything else that's going on, you know? There was some fucking seals, and they were just hanging out on a beach. just hanging out. And then they went out into nature and they lived their best seal lives. Let me tell you. It's bratty good son. BS. It's true. Spooky bed hair. It's very true indeed. No, let's move on to our next segment that we have here. If Restream loads properly. Thank you, Restream. Appreciate that.
All right.
So, corporations watching people blame God for the unnatural disasters that they caused, and people pray instead of coming after them for their crimes.
All right.
I don't usually like that meme. I think that meme's been pretty overused. But for that one, it just fits so perfectly. You know, it fit the bill. Just like, yeah, okay. We're going with this now. Sure. Sounds good. Fake news. That's right. That's right, dude. Thank you for joining. Thank you very much. It is fake news. We're moving on to our next segment here. And this one, you'll see soon enough why this one was entertaining.
The Artemis 2 toilet has been an absolute crapshoot. The astronauts are officially halfway to the moon. And while the flat earthers still aren't convinced, the real problem has been with their $23 million space toilet. It uses an air suction system instead of water and gravity, which malfunctioned shortly after taking off.
I heard that there was a little bit of an issue with the toilet. Which one of you was the plumber?
I'll take that one. I'm the space plumber.
Thankfully, they fixed the issue, but not without them now reporting a burning smell coming from the toilet.
Man. Man. God. That is so fucking tragic. It's so tragic. Because you think that you got your space poop taken care of, right? You're up there in your multi-billion-dollar spaceship, and you got your space poop, and you got a receptacle for your space poop. And you're thinking to yourself, all right, so we got the original space poop problem taken care of. Space poop alpha has been dealt with. But now space poop beta rolls up, and now not only does it smell, but it's... Oh man, it smells like it's burning on the spacecraft. That fucking sucks, dude. Like, that sucks really bad. That sounded like Bernie Sanders. What did? Which section? I'm just gonna go. You know what? I'm just gonna throw a dart out there on the proverbial dartboard and just assume some random. You know, you got your space poop. Yeah, the astronauts, they're out there with their space poop. I call it the space feces. And they're dealing with their space poop. I don't really know how they're properly dealing with it. But what I do gotta tell everybody right now, the 12 people that are out there watching this stream right now, if you're liking the content that you're seeing right now, please drop a like in the live stream. It would be greatly appreciated. Help support the young and upcoming Joes like me. I'm gonna be here for a good long time. I'm a young buck, is what people are saying about me. Why don't they just crap in their diapers like Trump? That's a good point, Big Bad Mama. That's true. This is how my new favorite show. It doesn't take much to win BS over. In the proverbial, like, internet Game of Thrones, BS is definitely a turncoat that doesn't have to be very thoroughly swayed, you know? It doesn't require a big speech to win him over. You just toss a couple coins his way. Next thing you know, you find him on the other side the next morning. No. Show the Team Dumb Dude. Let's laugh at all the sad faces of those Americans who voted for a kid. Oh, man, Mr. Logo. Wasn't the problem that it didn't suck? You know, Monsieur Baz, there are many times throughout life where you deal with very unfortunate circumstances where There is not a suction where suction would occur, at least you would wish that it would. That is my cloud laugh. I don't know. It's not a good laugh. I don't even know. I decided I was just going to experiment with that, and that just like fucking crashed into the proverbial wall right there, didn't it? I'm a simple man with simple desires. You know, it's fair. That's fair. I just feel so bad for these people, dude, because there's literally no way out. No way in. No way out. No way in. Dude, the space shit is literally sitting there. What's that fucking movie where it's like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. That's literally what they're dealing with right now. And that's so goddamn sad, dude. Because even though we are extremely intelligent, even though I'm not gonna leave it. I'm gonna play this a little bit more, and then I'll give my synopsis of things. I think is probably for the best.
For me, it was some sort of burning odor, and when I opened up the hygiene bay, the rest of the crew could smell it pretty much immediately.
Along with frozen urine in the vent line. Basically, the pee gets yeeted into space, and the rest of it gets stored. But they're having trouble with the yeeting part. Their solution is to just point it at the sun and hope that it unfreezes. Now, all of this is still in
I love it so fucking much. Even though we're capable of launching a fucking spacecraft outside of low Earth orbit to go and visit the moon for the first time in 50 years, the only solution that we have to try and deal with the space poop is to try and rotate the spacecraft towards the sun. I hope that the giant fucking fusion reactor in the middle of our solar system is able to warm it up. Oh my gosh. It's so good. You want to tell me that this is propaganda, by the way? Anybody out there that's like, this is fake? Anybody out there that's like, this is fake? This is all a bunch of propaganda made up by the government. No, dude. This is... No country would put this out as news. What is this going to bolster? That's my question for the deniers, okay? Everybody out there in the fucking audience who's a denier of this shit, I want you to tell me right fucking now, what benefit does the United States government get out of revealing the fact that they're having problems with the space poop right now, dude? They're not going to benefit off of that. They're not going to gain anything from that. It's not good. Did everyone hit the like button? That's a good question, Big Bad Mama. That's a good question. The burning smell was from... Oh, hold on. Apparently the fucking scroll function on Restream wants to break now as well. This fucking program really is just held together with goddamn duct tape, isn't it? What the hell? I swear to God, if I looked into the coding of this thing, an actual, like, gremlin would be in there, just moving things around. Just throwing numbers into random sequences, dude. Like, that's the only explanation. The burning smell was from the old-fashioned striking of a match to mask their smell. That's true, Claude. It's true. Like, oh man, I really hope they brought some Febreze or some shit, dude. That's all I'm saying. Like, literally, just a can of... I don't know. Now that I think about it, the aerosolized fucking spray might mess with the instruments inside of the spacecraft. That might actually not be a good thing. I don't know, man. The space poop is a problem, though, guys. It's a... it's a problem that needs to be dealt with. Eat, yeet, repeat. Yes, sir. Dude, I was actually wondering about their poop. Thanks. Hey, no problem, Doombase. Look, I just wanted you to know that this is a problem that people are dealing with right now. And I'm very glad that we've got this coverage. Bro, how the fuck we messed up the toilet? The toilet! I know, dude! We got the propulsion. You know what? Credit where it's due, okay? This didn't go Challenger, alright? This didn't go Columbia, you know? Everything that needed to work in order to make sure these guys made it worked. And thank God, right? Or whatever fucking entity that prevails over this universe or lack thereof, that this fucking thing didn't blow up, right? Unfortunately, there's always a point of failure on these missions. And on this particular one, team, the point of failure was on the shitter. Hold on, I'm getting a call real quick. I'm just gonna mute up. I'm gonna see if this is a scam caller. Hold on. Yeah, it was a scam caller. They immediately hung up. Hold on. You know what? I guarantee you, I'm gonna call this number back on speakerphone. We're gonna do a little mini segment right now on the show. Shut up! What the hell? Other video playing inexplicably on my phone. I want to give the audience an irrelevant segment where I call this number back.
Reached is not in service.
Oh my god, it's
Please
not in
check the number
service.
and try your call
It's
again.
so shocking. Just wonder for those people. Like, just real quick side segment, right? Let's just say, like, let's just put them in the perspective of where they are, right? Let's face it, all right? You're in Mumbai, right? You're in a fucking call center, and you're trying to call people in order to scam them out of their, like, Amazon gift cards or whatever the fuck. I've had this happen so many times to the point where I just want to, like, interrupt them halfway through their script and ask them, like, how bad do you want this money, Bundesh? Like, how bad do you want the money? Because if you're just going to hang up 3 seconds into the call, that's not the drive that you need in order to secure the bag, dude. That's not what you need to do. If you're, like, that's not hustle. You're going to be a scam artist and you're not even going to hustle for the bag, dude? It's just low effort, low tier shit. It's one of the reasons why, like they're the bottom tier of scam artists when you really think about it, because there are people out there that are like taking advantage of like mega corporations through like Ponzi schemes. You know, there are people making moves that require a level of contrivance that's just out of this world, as far as the level of lies that they need to commit to and all the evidence that they need to cough up out of thin air to substantiate their bullshit. Like, there are people out there that are trying, Bundesh, and you're here sitting in your fucking little tiny office that you wish had an air conditioner. You know how you get that fucking air conditioner, dude? You get that air conditioner by trying and hustling out there. That's what I'm saying. The Bundesh Saints, that's right. That's right. Anyways, I don't know if we're entirely finished with this. Let's check.
An upgrade from the Apollo missions where they just used plastic tubes.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know, though, dude, because at least the plastic tubes wouldn't smell like they were burning, though. You know, there is actually an upside to the plastic tube method, because I'm sure that there's probably some, like, anti-stink component to the plastic. At least I would hope. You know? Like, it's fucking 1969. Surely they would have the technology in order to make anti-stink fucking coating on the plastic tubing, right? You would think so. I don't know. Maybe that's one of those quote-unquote lost technologies that we'll just never get back. Anyways, I think we've got a peek into the future right here, ladies and gentlemen, because while this is a meme that I came across and laughed at pretty hard just in my everyday scrollings through the internet, it's Donald Trump's in the middle of giving his speech, and it says, "Dear Trump, please say Bitcoin." And the people below are like, "Why are you giving money to this YouTube channel, dude? You can't read this, son." I feel like we're not far from a reality, though, where it's not going to be $200. Don't get me wrong, right? Much how, like, a Twitch thought streamer is like, "All right, guys, let's be honest here. I gotta pay my rent, okay? We need a $5 minimum on the super chats here, okay? We need a $5 minimum on all of the chats that we get right now, okay? There's no other way that I'm gonna be able to make it otherwise, alright? Like, that, except on a whole other level, right? We're gonna have Donald Trump on twitch.tv in the future, ladies and gentlemen, raising money saying, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we need a $5,000 minimum super chat. We need at least $5,000 in order to make sure that I read out your chats. And surely enough, I'm sure that if Jason Casper donated like 5K in the chat, he'd be out there going, thank you very much, Jason Casper, for your $5,000 donation. Please say Bitcoin in the speech. There you go, Jason Casper. Bitcoin. You know what? I really wouldn't be surprised if he would sell himself out that thoroughly. You know? Like, this guy is so overtly fucking money driven that I really don't think that he gives a single shit about any level of like dignity for this country that he's allegedly in charge of right now. You know, it's just, I don't know, man. It's pretty overt as far as I'm concerned. But anyways, let's move on to our next segment here, which I thought was pretty silly indeed. Just the you'll see.
Do you think Pete Hegseth is pro-life?
Yes. Yeah.
He bombed a school with 160 Iranian children. All right.
You know what this is like? You know what this is like? This right here is the exact analogy for what it's like when so many of the fucking bullshit artists in this community, like, they'll just fucking go on about their everyday and just fucking spout the dumbest, most contradictory shit that you could possibly imagine. And if you push back enough against those people, and you don't, like, buy into their bullshit that it's all just, like, a big meme or joke, because if it really was a big meme or joke, then why is it that you have such a lack of sensitivity for things all the time? Yeah, typically when it's a joke, you kind of like turn that off every once in a while and actually give your quote unquote real opinion about things, right? But when you confront those people enough, they basically do exactly that. I'll replay it just for the sake of demonstration.
Do you think Pete Hegseth is pro-life?
Yes. Yeah.
He bombed a school with 160 Iranian children.
Like, the only difference is that IRL, they're not able to quite completely pretend like you don't exist by just throwing you out of the room or leaving it or something like that. There's just so many people, unfortunately, that have that level of cognitive dissonance that the second that they get confronted on it in any serious way, they'll just fucking flee the scene. Because it's easier for them to do that rather than actually deal with what's being said to them, right? Anyways, moving on to our next one. We've got Trump 2020. Wait. wait. Trump, $20.28 per gallon. Yeah, baby. Woo! You know, this is something that I could see any age group posting. I could see anybody from, like, my younger cousin posting this to, like, my fucking boomer-ass uncle who barely ever talks politics ever. I could see anybody. This is a unifying meme right here. Because it's just, it reaches across the line to any age, pardon me, to any age group that has to pay for gas. You know, and isn't that a beautiful thing when you think about it? Isn't that a beautiful thing? Men and women of America, have you ever heard of RuneScape? This game is incredible. Let me tell you something right now, re-examination. Vikings, War of Clans. Alright? I know that I'm in the middle of talking about the bombing of Iran right now, but Vikings, War of Clans is the very finest mobile game that you'll be able to find, folks. And you'll only be able to find it on the Google Play App Store for a limited period of time if you type in the code TRUMP to RuneScape right now. You'll be able to redeem for a free set of armor right now. I don't know, dude. It seems like that's parody, but there's gonna be something analogous to that in the future. I fucking guarantee it, dude. Guarantee it. Anyways, we're starting to veer off from the silly segment at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Because, don't get me wrong, this is pretty silly. But for the people that have been watching my show consistently, first of all, thank you for doing so. Second of all, I'm very sorry that you have to deal with this content on a consistent basis. I hope that this wasn't just a break for me, but for you as well. But anyways, when it comes to this piece right here, I remember saying about 10 or 15 shows back that when the heat gets turned up enough with Trump, the narrative is going to start shifting in the Republican Party. When the rifts really start getting real, the narrative on the Republican side is going to start shifting from, oh, he's like the MAGA movement is everything. We need to all lean on Trump because he's the best way of pushing our values forward. It's going to start going from that to disillusionment. And that disillusionment is going to start taking the form of things like bringing up his Democratic past, bringing up the fact that he was a registered Democrat at one point before. What's Aiden even talking about? That's a good question. It's a good question, Spooky. I often don't even know myself. But they would often bring up that Trump is a registered Democrat. I said that a few shows ago. And surely enough, we're starting to see that happening right here and now.
I don't think Donald Trump is a Republican personally. I think he's a Democrat, and he's.
Oh, now he's a Democrat. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he always has been.
It's news for me.
Really? Maybe
he just ran for president as a Republican. What, 3 times? He's
yeah,
like,
to win. To win.
So he's not a Republican, but he ran as a Republican.
What has he spent his whole life doing?
He's literally so people can't change.
People can't change.
So you're now saying that Donald Trump is not a Republican? That's news to me.
Yeah, I
think
don't
that would
think
be
he
news
is a
for
Republican.
the majority of Americans that are watching him literally just run for president as a Republican 3 times.
You can register as a Republican because you can win as a Republican.
What's so funny about this whole
Okay, give me a laugh.
What conservatives do is that you guys can never take personal responsibility.
Says the people. Says the.
You can't do it.
I'm really sorry, but I can't hear that from the side of the aisle that is pro-choice, who can't even take accountability.
You'll do anything to distract from Doge. You'll do anything to distract. Because that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
You've tried to move the conversation a million different places, but the facts is that you cannot answer for the fact that you didn't go cut the spending that you're talking about. And the government of the United States is spending more money than it did last year. That's a fact that you can't run out of.
I don't think Donald Trump is a Republican.
Damn. But surely enough, the narrative is starting to shift. And it's not just the odd one out that's pointing out the fact that this guy used to be a Democrat. It is people on both sides of the aisle that are pointing it out now. Because the cracks within the right-wing MAGA movement are starting to widen in real time. But my abortion. Yeah, I know, right, Doombase? But my abortion. But my immigrant. That's all that matters to me. I'm a single-issue voter who can't look past the bridge of my nose to make a decision about somebody and what they stand for. Hey, how's it going, Krista? Good to see you. Good to see you. Achilles says, I am on the space segment, and it boggles my mind that just like the Vietnam War lessons, people are again falling for fake moon missions and look up instead of down. You know what, dude? You know what? I just gotta say, alright? The Artemis missions are not fake, first and foremost. The shit that they're doing right now is not fucking fake. It wasn't possible to be faked before, and while you could argue that it is technically possible to be faked now, the level of detail that you would have to put in to make it seamlessly, untraceably, undeniably real with like AI or CGI or whatever the hell you want to say, like whatever computer generated imagery you think, or practical effects, magic they might be able to use to try and make that shit happen. Like, first and foremost, like I said before, why would this be the propaganda that they would be releasing about that? Why would this be what is coming out about this mission? That we're dealing with a fucking issue with their goddamn poop right now, dude. That's not exactly good propaganda. If this is indeed just a giant showpiece for some sort of like special interest group or something like that. But also, I think the idea that we endlessly have to only worry about problems on Earth is such narrow thinking. Because don't get me wrong, dude. I spend plenty of time on this show covering all sorts of different issues. From all sorts of different sides of things. I cover economic issues, I cover political issues, I cover environmental issues. Right? So, the idea that we can't also focus on getting beyond this planet and trying to expand our horizons beyond just endlessly only worrying about the problems right here. You know, it's like, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson actually puts it quite well when he says it's like the caveman saying we need to worry about the cave problems. We can't worry about the problems outside of the cave. We need to worry about the cave problems. Well, if we only ever worried about the cave problems, we never would have went beyond the cave, would have we? Humanity, the story of the human experience, is one where we take what we have and we make something that's even better from it. We had all of the land that we needed on the Asian continent, given the size of the human population at the point in time where we started migrating outwards during the Polynesian expansion. And yet humanity decided that wasn't good enough. And it crossed the Wallace Line and explored Oceania and the largest body of water on our planet. And why? Because there was a new horizon out there that had new things that we didn't know about, new lands that we could explore, new lands that we could exploit. Because let's face it, it's not just about exploration, it's also about exploitation. That is true. But unlike Earth, space is not being used by anybody else. There isn't anybody else up there. There's no space natives that we're gonna go and take all of their shit from. No, it's fucking empty up there, dude. Why not go out there and get that shit? Why not set our sights upward and not endlessly look about things just here on this planet? That's not to say that we should abandon our priorities here and only worry about things beyond our horizon. But I think that the extreme of one direction or the other isn't really a good idea either. The few, the proud. Wait, what's that smell? Something burning? That's right. When I comment on their videos, I'm often 100% of their contributors. Hey, man, I gotta give the PGs credit where it's due, alright? Credit where it's due, Proverbs Guys Ministries. They've been getting their views up lately. They've been getting their views up. They've been doing a little bit better than they have been by a decent margin. I gotta give them credit for that. I think it's quite frankly because Dan doesn't have a stranglehold over their channel anymore, and they're putting out content that's way more interesting than Dan just endlessly rambling into his camera about nothing. By the way, I'm starting to learn how to make YouTube poops, ladies and gentlemen, so you better brace yourselves. Because there's going to be a couple that are going to be releasing in due time. YouTube poop seems very appropriate to bring up, by the way, given the subject that we brought up earlier. So it seems appropriate now to talk about that rather than later in the show. But anyways, let's move on to the beginning of our Iran War segment. AJ's new number one host, Rich, blocked me. Rich by name, deep shit by nature. Damn, they blocked you, Claude? They can't do that. You can't block Claude Balls from the Proverbs, guys. Come on. Claude has been like one of the longest time fans of the Proverbs guys ever. You can't ban Claude. That's sacrilege. Monsieur Logo, they were PG's loyalists. BG's has thousands of subscribers, but tens of ULs. Hey, man, they might get it back up, all right? They might get the ratio back in check, all right? Maybe in due time. We'll see. Only time will tell. I'm grateful myself for the fact that my channel does get more views than it does subscribers, because it tells me that I am, in fact, reaching a wider audience, which is the main point of at least like doing the news coverage aspect of this show. When it comes to like the hanging out and like the hobbyist side of things, yeah, that's perfectly fine. I don't really care how that does view-wise. If I play a video game or something like that, who cares how that does? But when it comes to talking about the issues that we're about to talk about right now, I think it is important that it does reach a wider audience. You guys are welcome to not ever come by again, you know. It's sadistic to always be around a place that you don't enjoy. I don't think that they don't enjoy it, though, Achilles. Like, if you're watching right now, I would just say that I think that Claude got, if I could make a guess, I think Claude got pissed off because if he got banned by Rich, which I don't know why he got banned, I mean, like, given the fact that he's been around the channel for as long as he has, that would kind of piss me off as well. Because Claude is Claude, and he's just messing around 99.9% of the time. Sometimes he gets serious. I've seen Claude get pretty serious on the odd occasion. It's not that he's incapable of being serious, but most of the time he's just trying to have fun with stuff, you know? I think that most of the time when I see him being serious, it's when he's going after people like Kent, right? Because he does seriously view Kent as a really bad problem as far as his influence on things is concerned. If I get voted into PGs as a mod with a shiny mute button, I might be persuaded to show up on their live. Oh, dang. Try an easier mission first, Claude. Send a Tesla to Mars or something. That was fake too, Achilles. Am I finding that out live right now as well? Was that fake? Anyways, let's get into our first video, guys. Let's not get distracted too long by things in the side chat. I just have a question for everybody. What has changed? Because this is an ad from 1971. And I just want to know, what about the paradigm from this time has changed? Worst show since the last one. Hey, to be fair, it's also the best show since the last one at the same time, Spooky Bed Hair. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that a paradox, if ever there was one? That's just the ultimate demonstration that we abide by the Confucian standard of... No. Wu Wei isn't Confucian. That's Taoist. Oh, what the hell is it? It's like that... It's balance. Some generic form of balance. Let me pretend like I have a way deeper understanding of Eastern mysticism than I actually do. Rich is too thick to know why he blocked me, let alone explain it. Oh, so he hasn't even given you an explanation as to why he blocked you. Well, yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of messed up then. You got to admit. That's kind of messed up. But anyways, guys, let's not get distracted too long. Let's play this.
When they divide up the pie in Washington, do you ever wonder who gets the biggest slice? Most of your taxes go to pay for wars, past, present, and future. What does your money buy? It buys you Vietnam, and with it, inflation, unemployment, disunity, and death. It buys you bombs instead of schools, defoliation instead of clean air and water, tanks instead of trains, and destroys homes instead of building them. Isn't it time we got out of their country and back into ours? Write your congressman. Tell him you need a bigger piece of the pie now.
Oh, whoops, I was muted. I mean, like I said, what the hell has changed between that and right now? Don't try your Jedi mind tricks on me. Spooky. You will like the live stream. You can't see it right now, but I'm doing like the wavy thing that they do in the movie. You will like the live stream, Spooky. You will like the live stream. No, I won't like it. You will like the live stream, Spooky. No, I won't like it. I won't like it. Go away. You will like the live stream. He probably already has, and I'm just being a total fucking dickhead right now. That's probably what's happening. You fucking wanker! Something like that, you know? Anyways, let's move on to our next segment.
Aircraft losses for the U.S. in the fight against Iran now total over $2 billion. 4 F-15Es, 1 A-10 Warthog, 1 F-35 severely damaged, 1 E-3 Sentry completely destroyed, 2 KC-135s completely destroyed, 6 additional KC-135s damaged, 17 Reaper drones, 3 HH-60 helicopters damaged, 2 C-130s destroyed, 4 Little Birds destroyed, and 2 CH-47 Chinooks.
So, we look at things from the United States' perspective regarding the Iran war, and suddenly the losses that were experienced monetarily, literally from, I believe, the last show. It was either the last show or the show before it, have now doubled. And they're just going to keep doing that, by the way. It's 2 billion right now, then it's going to be 4, then it's going to be 8, then it's going to be 16, and next thing you know, it's going to cross the $1 trillion line. Just like it did with Iraq. There's going to be an article that I'm going to read at one point on this show that says if this war continues, like it seems like it's going to right now, there's going to be an article read on this show at some point that announces that the cost of this war has gone over the $1 trillion mark. And will any of the people that are currently pro-war going to use that as the time to finally draw a line in the sand and go, what the actual fuck are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why are we here? And we need to get the fuck out of here as soon as possible. Maybe some of them. But will it be the critical mass that's needed? You know, one of the things that I didn't pull was a lot of the No Kings protest. It's not that I didn't want to cover it. I might pull some of it for my next show. But there was another No Kings Day in the midst of when I took time off of YouTube. And don't get me wrong, I think No Kings Day is really cool, and I think it's really important. But I think it needs to be more than a day, guys. If we're indeed so disillusioned with this system and we recognize it as destructive and horrifically fucking wasteful and needlessly, uncaringly, dishumanly fucking egregious when it comes to how it is prosecuted, if we can recognize that, and we can recognize all of the other issues with this administration when it comes to ICE, when it comes to the Epstein files, when it comes to the massive degradation to the education system and the EPA, and all sorts of other issues that we find with this administration, is a day or 2 or 4 really sufficient in order to enact a sweeping change like what we're asking for? Nay, what we fucking need? Because this change that I'm talking about, let me be clear, it's not an overthrow of the government through violent means. I'm talking about change as it was prosecuted through things like the civil rights movement. I'm talking about nonviolent protest that is unceasing, that does not waver. that does not give in to the idea that, oh yeah, we can take our time off for the weekend and then go do a protest, but then at the same time, we could just go home and then do something later. No, if you want to be an activist for a cause, it needs to be consistent. It needs to be something that you do not waver from as far as only doing it for a day or two and then thinking that that's enough. All right? There wasn't Civil Rights Day, right? There wasn't just 1 or 2 days where everybody did a sit-in and then everybody was like, wow, we really made our point there, didn't we? No. It was a constant push. It was a constant stirring of the pot, and not on our end. Because the people that did those sit-ins, they weren't the ones that were getting violently fucking thrown around. They weren't the ones that were getting, and I'm talking about the people that ran those buildings, that ran the institutions that they did those sit-ins in. They weren't the ones that were getting thrown out. They weren't the ones that were getting beaten. It was the people that were peacefully sitting within those establishments and refusing to leave because they recognized the need to make a point that they would be violently dealt with by people who have a delusional level of hatred toward them. That is what is required in order to actually prosecute serious change, as far as I'm concerned. Not just something that's done flippantly. And I mean, I'm sure that there are lots of people that agree with that and want to do it more frequently as well. But it needs to be a wider movement than just a couple. It needs to be a critical mass of people within that movement who decide that they're going to get behind it. That's what's required. It's been shown historically time and time again that that is the requirement in order to prosecute a movement that actually enacts serious change. Anyways, moving on to our next segment that we have here.
How is it taking care of the Iranian people if you're bombing?
Yeah, who you with?
I just gotta, you know what? Hold on. Fucking goddamn it, man. I looked far and wide for coverage of this segment here that doesn't have the music in the background, and I'm only left to conclude 2 things, right? Because this is directly from PBS, who I'm pretty sure is the organization who had the reporter ask this question. So I'm left to make 2 conclusions. Either PBS themselves edited in this like fucking R&B music into the background, or it's actually playing right now where the president is, and he's just hanging out in like Bed-Stuy in fucking 1992 or something like that. Like what's happening? I don't know. It's really distracting to me. And maybe it's not for you guys, but I'm going to try to get through it and listen to what's actually being said here.
How is it taking care of the Iranian people if you're bombing?
Yeah, who you with? Who you with?
PBS.
Well, that's a radical left group of lunatics that you're with. Let me just tell you, very fair question. The Iranian people, when they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. And that's an edict, that's in writing. If they protest, if they go out in the streets, they will be immediately shot. They don't have guns. You know, we sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, what a beautiful gun, I think I'll keep it. So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that. But the Iranian people will fight back as soon as they know they're not going to be shot and as soon as they can get weapons. If they had weapons, not many of them, if they had weapons that would go in the other way, and you know what would happen? Iran would give up in 2 seconds because they wouldn't be able to take it. But in Iran, they have absolutely no weaponry, and they've been told point blank, if you come out to the streets, you will be killed. As of this morning, and we have this on pretty good information, 45,000 protesters have been killed. Pretty bad.
Yeah, but you know what, Trump? Wasn't it fucking Pete Hegseth that was basically goading you and telling you that it was going to be any day? wait a second. Stop everything. We're pulling the stream hard into the pit stop really quick. We got Christopher Pike out here in the side chat. He's at the Easter egg party at the White House. Hence the music. It's true. It's true, Christopher. Thank you very much for the contribution. I appreciate that. I've liked the stream. My job here is done. Thank you, Achilles. Thank you very much for being here, by the way. It's always good to have you over here in the side chat. Whether you agree or disagree, we always have good conversations over here. And yeah, take care. I hope to see you. Maybe if I'm still around when you come back, maybe jump on the panel. By the way, for everybody that's out there, if you want to jump on the show, there is a link that is pinned at the very top of the chat for anybody that would like to join the live stream. But yes, if you haven't liked the stream, please do that as well. Thank you very much for reminding me to say that, Achilles. Anyways, yeah, Pete Hegseth was literally goading Trump and saying that it was going to be any day after they first started trying to go to war with Iran, that the people were going to rise up en masse and take over the government. There was going to be this massive regime change. And once again, just like with everything else, this fucking idiot cannot be consistent to save his goddamn life when it comes to whether or not it is actually regime change that's happening there. We've already had regime change. Well, the regime change hasn't happened yet, but it's going to happen soon. You know, like, he's just fucking jumping all over himself as the PBS marching band R&B's fucking behind him, wasting the taxpayers' money, as Reexamination just pointed out earlier in the side chat. Like, you want to talk about the biggest crime that's being no. But for real, though, it is pretty dumb. It is pretty dumb that the president of the fucking United States, the commander-in-chief of the United States military, cannot keep a consistent stance when it comes to these things. And if anything, goes as far as to say, they actually cheer when the bombs go off. They hate it when they don't hear the bombs. When the bombs go off, they just love it. They love the bombs. They love them so much. It's so good for them. Yeah, I'm sure that you would have the exact same fucking attitude if the same fucking shit was going on in reverse. Oh, wait, but you're the good guy, though. Of course, it's the classic fucking adage that works for every single war, right? We're the good guys and they're the bad guys, so whatever we do is okay and whatever they do is fucked up and horrible. Anyways, moving back into the silly segment, in a way, we've got this segment. All of you have seen this tweet. You've all seen it. You've all seen it covered 157,498 different times. But you know what? You're about to get the 157,499th coverage of this tweet, ladies and gentlemen. How do you feel about that? Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped into one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. Damn. Praise be to Allah. You know what the funny thing is? I didn't cover it on this show. I didn't end up getting it pulled because I literally have so many segments on this timeline right now that I don't know if I'd have room. But I think it was the horrible evil socialist Zohran Mamdani that said in one of his tweets on Easter, he talked about Jesus Christ. The horrible Muslim mayor of New York City is out there talking about Jesus Christ. And Donald J. Trump, the guy who all the evangelists talk about being like anointed by Jesus himself, is saying praise be to Allah on Easter Sunday, dude. That's just like, how do people square that away? I really genuinely want to fucking know how they can square away these soccer moms, right? That are taking like Xander over to the fucking soccer game next Tuesday. They're literally sitting there on Truth Social. They'll scroll and they'll see this shit. And they'll somehow, within their mind, they'll try to square that away. Or rather, should I say, give their mind pause in order to get the narrative fed to them on how they fucking think about this shit. Because that's the only way that so many of these people can square this away, is by having some quote-unquote fucking influencer telling them what to think. And make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not out here telling you what to think. As a matter of fact, the fucking division that's fostered within this channel on a very periodic basis ought to tell you that I am not out here to tell you what to think. You are more than free to disagree. Right? But at the same time, I just have to wonder how you can think that this guy is anointed by Jesus Christ, but is literally talking in language that sounds like the fucking Joker for the first part. Like, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped into one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Like, he's literally talking like the fucking Joker. And then he says, praise be to Allah. And you somehow within your mind go, yeah, that guy, he the one. He the one what Jesus Christ himself appointed to this earth to run the presidency of the United States. I don't get it, dude. I really don't. If somebody could explain to me how they square those things away, I'd love to fucking hear it. I really would. Anyways, moving on to our next piece here. We have some commentary by somebody else that I'm going to shamelessly crib. Thank you very much, Just Jack, for your commentary on this. Famous wartime quotes by U.S. presidents. Do what you can with what you have where you are. George Washington. The only thing that we have to fear is fear itself. FDR. A man may die. Nations may rise and fall. But an idea lives on. Truman. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Reagan. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. Donald John Trump. just a good like measuring of famous people throughout history, throughout American history, and what they've had to say during these troubled times of war, ladies and gentlemen. Bridge Day is popular, where Bernie said, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to let everybody know that today is Bridge Day in Vermont. We're very happy to celebrate this wonderful occasion. Donald Trump orders the wrong strike in the wrong location. 32 B-2 bombers appear on the horizon. Oh my god, oh no, they're bombing the bridge right behind me. It's not an international incident because they're literally bombing our own people. Oh god. Yeah, it's not an international incident. That'd actually be a nice... nice is not the right way of putting it. That would actually be quite the change. Though, it'd be quite the shakeup. Instead of an international incident, they just go inward, you know? Alright, we're gonna bomb our own bridges instead. We're gonna show you... It's like when somebody's in a fist fight and they, like, punch themselves in the face 5 times. You know? They just show everybody around them how tough they really are, you know? Just... yeah! Now I know what I'm gonna do to you. Liberate Vermont. That's right, we need to the People's Republic of Vermont needs to be liberated right now. We're under horrible tyranny from the wider United States. The international zone that's been established on the border is being violated by the United States every day. I don't agree with the war in Iran, but Trump got rid of the 3 men in women's sports, so I support him without question. Exactly, Big Bad Mama. Exactly. That's the kind of mentality that you need to have. Because, like, really, who cares about people dying in Iran when men can't compete in women's sports, right? Like, that's all that really matters in the grand scheme of things. I appreciate you pointing out where our priorities ought be, Big Bad Mama. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next segment, we've got this wonderful little clip right here. If indeed that is what could be stated about it, let's take a look.
Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. Right. And we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So so which is it? Are you winding this down or are you escalating
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, well, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person.
I thought it'd be inappropriate the day after, the day after I had a giant temper tantrum meltdown on Truth Social, and the media's really paying attention to every single little thing that I do. That's definitely not the reason why I decided to postpone it another day. I just decided to do it because I'm such a swell fucking guy. Like, yeah, I'm sure everybody believes you, Trump. Everybody, you're just so fucking magnanimous, dude. If there's one thing that I've known you to be, when you're somebody that's literally been sued in the 1970s and 80s for discriminating against poor black people within New York, and then literally getting fucking sued into fucking having to force people to do, or sorry, to force you to house black residents because you were violating the fucking Civil Rights Act, like that kind of shit, you are definitely not somebody who's well known for magnanimity. I'm sorry, Trump. Sorry to say. So I think there's an ulterior motive here that's not actually being discussed.
They have till tomorrow. Now we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and after that, they're going to have no bridges, they're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages.
Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international
Who you with?
law.
Who you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Are
What's
you
going on
concerned
with
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it.
No, not at all. He's not concerned at all, ladies and gentlemen. He's not concerned. He literally was just told, hey, Trump, you fucking bombing a whole bunch of different places like what you are. You threatening to bomb all these power plants, threatening to take out their infrastructure and send them back into the Stone Age. That's literally a direct fucking violation of international law. Are you concerned about that? And he just told the world to their face, nope, I don't give a fuck. I don't really fucking care one way or the other, honestly. You know why? Because we're America, and we'll do whatever the hell we want. We don't actually give a fuck whether or not we kill a whole bunch of innocent people. That's literally what this is going to amount to, by the way. If you send them, quote-unquote, back to the Stone Age, what do you think's going to happen to all the people in Iranian hospitals that are on life support right now? Who, yeah, I'm sure they might have some generators that might be able to last for a little while. But that's not an endless, infinite fucking supply in the fucking way that those other fucking power infrastructure would be able to provide, especially in terms of capacity. Right? It's not like there's an infinite fucking power source anywhere, mind you. But it's effectively infinite in comparison to the scalability that you have with a fucking shitty diesel generator that probably hasn't been fucking replaced since 1962. Sitting in the basement of some generator. That's probably not what you want keeping your grandfather alive that's terminally ill. You know, it's probably not something that you want keeping your aunt that's on dialysis alive either. But unfortunately, that's going to be the paradigm that a whole bunch of people within that country are going to be put into. And why? Because Trump wants to help them, guys. Because Trump just cares about them so fucking much that he wants to make sure that those people get bombed into the Stone Age. What a great fucking guy.
But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators. And because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, I mean, just once again, he just totally tries to steer away from what was being talked about originally. Oh, we've got a participant joining the conversation. Hello, Josh. How are you doing today, sir?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, it's doing that weird thing where it's just like reloading your little icon and just giving me like weird like computer robotic sounds for some reason.
Oh, is it? Is it doing that thing?
That you know what thing I'm talking about?
Yeah, you gotta, if you go over to it and if you hover over the screen, you should be able to mute it if it's going on your screen. Or you're on your phone.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I think that's what I think I need to join on my I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
Hold
just
on,
in the
hold on.
background. It's just your little picture. It just keeps like reloading and
Hold
like
on. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna add a new scene. And we're just going to try this out.
that you did whatever you did fixed it.
Alright. We're going to, let's see. We're gonna do this. See, I'm learning the tools of the trade, Josh. One step at a time. I'm figuring it out.
Hey, I sent you a video to cover also.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
On yeah, here, let me check. Dude, that gave me PTSD right there. We have Microsoft Teams. What the heck, dude? Ugh, that's some deep PTSD right there. No, let me check. Over here on my Discord, if it will load, because it likes to take forever. There we go. All right. You want me? All right, I'm gonna get this pulled up right here, and we'll get it played. Because you know what, Josh? Anytime that you show up, I don't have a problem diverting the show temporarily. Here we go. Let's pull that up right there. Alrighty. Let me know if you can hear it, all right?
Dear God, you have not seen Awkward until you've watched.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool.
This phone call between Donald Trump and the Artemis II crew.
So proud to be a part of this program. Well, I have to say I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your prime minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure.
Oh, the stream somehow just got worse. How is that even possible? I think you answered your own question by showing up in the comments section, dude. I think you kind of diagnosed your own issue. Of course the stream got worse. You're here. What do you mean? It answers itself. Anyways, let's keep going with this.
If they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
Yep. Thumbs up. The silence is deafening. Josh, have you ever gotten secondhand embarrassment before? Have you ever gotten secondhand embarrassment in your life? Because let me tell you, right now, the secondhand embarrassment is pretty palpable. I've got to be real with you.
Well, you want my hot take?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I think it's kind of rude for the astronauts to just leave Trump just kind of awkwardly silent. This goes on for a minute.
It goes on for a minute.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
They just awkwardly stare at the camera, and all of them refuse to pick up the microphone and say anything in response.
Wow.
Even if you don't like the guy, like this is being streamed to the whole world. Like you have the American flag and the Canadian flag, and he's kind of like giving you props, and like all they got is like thumbs up. To me personally, like I feel like they could have handled it a little better. And honestly, I've seen them on different interviews, these Artemis people. I think the real issue here is that they're not actually in space, and this is all a green screen, and that's the real issue here. Yeah, go ahead.
That's true. That's true. Reexamination. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today? Hello.
Oh, hello. Are you there?
Yes, I was wondering if you were going to do the thing that they're doing right now, where you're just going to join the show and then just not say anything.
What, you got a bunch of people who joined and didn't say anything?
No, I'm reviewing right now on Artemis 2. They did a call with Trump, and he's trying to talk to them right now, and they all just literally sit there and stare at the camera and refuse to say anything to him.
Oof.
It's bad. Hold on. I'm going to show it to you. Hold on. Let me go back here.
You have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery, and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
like are they out of their mind? Like Trump is gonna be like, don't let them back in. Don't let them fly back into the atmosphere.
Just let them orbit. Just let them stay up there, as far as I'm concerned. We're not
that ice wall just got 10 feet higher.
Look, your space visa has been revoked. We're not letting you back.
All right.
Sorry, what's going on, Reexamination? I kind of cut you off there when you first joined.
It's okay.
Let this minute finish playing, if you don't mind, because the whole just awkwardness of them just there, and then like it to the point where the guy is like, "Hello, did we lose connection?"
All right, I'm playing it now. This is the loudest silence I've ever heard in my life.
The guy clasping his hand. The 2 people, 3 people, 4 people. We have a 4-person clasp. That's 100% vote of keep your hands together, keep your lips together.
It keeps getting worse. I don't know how, but it just somehow keeps getting progressively worse.
From the creators of The Office.
Administrator Alex, I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes,
I'm not checking if Trump is still there. I'm checking if Houston is still there.
And just.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
No, that wasn't Trump saying I'm still here. That was the comm center.
Oh,
it sounded like Trump, though.
It did.
No. Go back. Look, because
I believe you. I'm just saying it to Aiden's credit. It did sound kind of like Trump, but I believe you.
We're gonna find out right now, Josh.
You guys are still on the line, and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
That's totally Trump.
Sounds Trumpy.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. So. Yeah, that's even worse. Like
I'm there. Yep, I'm still
here. Oh,
here.
you're still there? All right, never mind. Everyone clap your hand again.
I think the best part, though, was when he leaned over to his general and said, "Take the shot."
I just love this because I just want somebody to compile like a compare and contrast with like Richard Nixon, literally the fucking Watergate. He's up there and he's going, Neil, Buzz, this great momentous occasion between, like, they have like this lively conversation between them. And meanwhile, we're going back to the moon. And the people going back to the moon are just like, yeah, you exist. We understand that.
Well, also, there's that Canadian flag up there. So I'm guessing there's Canadians with them and they don't want their throats, undone, shall we say, on YouTube in the middle of the night.
That's true. Well, I actually have a sleeper agent up in the Artemis probe right now, as you
You
can see
would.
with that flag. And yeah, I have it programmed so that if one of them did say something to Trump, let's just say that the feed would have been cut immediately. Like let's just put that out
Let's just say there'd be a lot more red in all those flags. Just saying that.
There'd be like a xenomorph, like second mouth that would like pop out, and, like, and then the feed would just cut right there and then.
Somebody's on the table, and then their chest just explodes. It's an alien. We can't let him in. They're smuggling in aliens.
Trump's on the phone just losing his mind. Oh my god! Holy shit!
If only we had voter ID, folks, this would never have happened.
It would have been even better if he just didn't even really react all that much. He's just like, what's going on? I don't understand. Is this some sort of movie or something like that? Is this a prank?
Elon Musk is doing well with AI. I can see Grok is doing wonders.
Well,
This stream is sponsored by Grok.
On the bright side, at least Donald Trump got a thumbs up. I think he got 3 out of 4 thumbs up. Pretty good.
I would have given him a thumbs down. I'm not even
3 out of 4 astronauts approve of Donald Trump. 12 more years.
But could you imagine if one of them literally just like gave him the finger right there? They just flipped him the bird right there, and there was not even a thing that could be done about it.
I'm roboting on my end, so I'm hopping off.
Dude, you're crossing the far side of the moon right now. Are you on the Artemis spacecraft right now, Jeff? Oh crap! You dropped. You completely dropped off.
He must have been an Artemis. But I'm just imagining, yeah, one of them does give him the bird, and he's like, "Oh, Kanye West, I didn't know you were on the spacecraft."
I didn't know you were there, yay! I thought we were gonna do another meetup soon. That was really funny. I'm glad that Josh showed me that. That's great.
That is pretty hilarious. Also tragic. But yeah, again, as somebody who votes on the right, the one time I did refrain from voting was Mitt Romney, because I was like, oh gosh, this is just a plate of, I can't do it, right?
I mean, you have to get excited for Mitt Romney.
Mitt Romney, I mean, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
He's so inoffensive. I can't complain about what he's done so much as the fact that you can't put faith in him. It's like against the law of nature to put faith in him to do something, And so so then I decided I'll just vote Libertarian as a protest vote. And it was Gary Johnson that year, Mr. What is Aleppo, which is 3 words to define isolationism. What is Aleppo?
Yeah, those are pretty adequate, I would say.
Yeah. So it's going to be, I mean, not to use the word slaughter loosely these days, but it's going to be a slaughter in the midterms. I think it's going to be a huge, massive blue wave. And I'm not obviously in support of that. Like I said, I'm a 90s conservative, but at the same time, because I don't believe Donald Trump represents conservatism as it used to be or as it ought to be, then his loss is, while it's not my gain per se, it is at least his loss.
But re-examination, we're going to pass the Save America Act. That's what we're going to do. Hold on, I might be able to find it. There's a clip of Trump, literally like verbatim, basically saying that if we don't pass the Save America Act, we're going to be in big trouble in the midterms. Big trouble. And it's like, how is that not just tantamount to you admitting overtly that you're trying to stack the deck in your favor, and that if you don't do that you're going to lose?
Well, look at Dave Chappelle. I mean, he's got moments of honesty, right? Because I use those laws too. That was actual honesty. He just doesn't care.
Yeah.
And then sometimes he just lies in the most ridiculous ways that you're convinced that he knows, he's lying. He's lying. He knows, he's lying, and yet he does it anyway. Where's that reference from, Aiden, Mr. Historian?
That's... Is that for Mussolini?
It's at least from the Soviet Union era.
Okay. Is that for... I'm going to say Lenin. I'm going to throw it out there.
I think it was a woman who was a survivor. Let me see if I can look that up. You're the historian. I'm just quoting things that I hear.
Oh, yeah. You're a historian, therefore you should just be able to summon every quote in human history just off the top of your head, you know?
Yes, every last one. You're the history guy.
No, you're a Christian. What is what is James 3:27 say re-examination?
I don't even know if there is a James 3:27 off the top of my head, but
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking that up. I'm looking both of them up actually. They lie. We know they lie. Quote.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Oh, I'm wrong. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, according to Goodreads, the Oracle of Delphi of where quotes come from.
What is that? What does James 3:17 say? Not 27.
I thought you said.
Sorry. No. You're misunderstanding. You misunderstand.
You mean I remembered and you want me to switch verses?
No. I think what you actually did was misunderstand what I said re-examination. I think
did you say 3:27 or not?
I think you'll recall that there's a possibility that I may have possibly said at one point in time 3:27, but that's not conducive to whether or not that is actually the material reality on the ground.
AKA what you meant.
Okay,
thanks.
Okay, we'll see. All right. Yeah.
James 3:17, but the wisdom that's from above.
No, you looked it up.
Then I told you I was going to look it up. I told you. I was honest. I use the Google machine too. Actually, I'm using a software.
I just came up with some random verse off the top of my head. So.
Then peaceable, gentle, and easy to be entreated, full of mercy and good fruits, without partiality and without hypocrisy.
Wow.
It's a good verse. As they all are.
17. What's your favorite Bible verse re-examination?
Without references, I mean, I think a lot about from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, just because it's very deep and it's very convicting and it's always applicable. Like people say things and deeply, I mean, there's a lot of things we say in the heat of the moment, but I think it comes from a real place at the same time. And I think that hits up on it. I also, I haven't, on my channel, there is actually the verse Acts 26:18, which I think I need to memorize it. But when I first read it, I was like, this is such a great verse. It's very overlooked. And it's Jesus speaking to the Apostle Paul saying, and this is the latter end of his statement of his mission. It starts to open their eyes and to turn them from darkness to light and from the power of Satan unto God, that they may receive forgiveness of sins and inheritance among them which are sanctified by faith that is in me.
That's like more than one verse. That's cheating.
I don't have a singular answer, so I gave you the honest answer of like, I don't know the verse offhand. I think about this one. This one's been on my mind, but I don't have a single one. But I'm sorry for giving you two. I'm sure that everybody is left by now.
Every examination, what's your favorite car? Well, you know what? I got a parking lot that I could show you that I think might be a little bit analogous to the car.
My entire fleet of cars is my favorite car.
Look, you need to understand something right now. Re-examination, okay? But Tesla's the very best car that you've ever seen in your entire life. It's wonderful. Simply amazing.
Are you like Martin Lloyd-Jones, or are you Winston Churchill? Who are you?
We shall never surrender. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight in the hills.
We shall shop at CarMax. We shall shop at the local Toyota dealership.
We shall fight in the Popeyes. We shall fight in...
Give me that chicken sandwich, or I'll stab you. That story, man. A man actually got murdered over a chicken sandwich. Those are things The Onion writes about, but it really happened.
It seems like some prison stuff right there, dude. Like, I feel like if you did, in fact, bring a Popeye's chicken sandwich into a prison, I feel like there would be several stabbings that would occur in rapid order in order to get that. If you just left it in the middle of the commissary and we're just like, all right, first person to get it gets it. Yeah, that's not going to turn out well.
Why was the Popeyes guy wearing a gold chain today?
Oh, God. Of course, got to get brought to that place.
No, seriously, if you're the Popeyes guy at a prison and then the people can make deals with you about all the chicken sandwiches they want, and then it's like, of course you can corrupt the Popeyes guy so easily. Like, he's a Popeyes guy in a prison. You think he's putting his kid through college otherwise? Probably not.
It's a good point. Oh man.
But anyway, I have a new setup, and I was trying to test it out to see if there was any internet connectivity issues, because I was bringing my entire rig into a different room, because my rig was in the living space area, because I don't have people over a whole lot. But I'm like, you know what? I'd like to have people over a whole lot more. And so I just brought it all into my bedroom, and yeah, so I think it works. I think it works. But there's never, it's not an actual studio, of course. It's not an actual studio you can put your things in and have it comfortably, but it's like either the lighting is bad because you're right up against the bay window, or the lighting is bad because another window is behind you, and then all the other lights are like yellow instead of white. So anyway, I wanted to test the connectivity. It sounds like I'm doing all right. There's no delay on your end, right?
No, it's sounding good. I'm really lucky. I've got we've got a 2-bedroom, and one of the bedrooms I've got set up as my workspace because I typically work from home, but I've also got it set up so I've got some I've got like the most janky stuff. I've got some like foam pads up on the roof or on the ceiling, and I got a couple on the walls next to me, and that's about my studio, quote unquote, as far as that's concerned. But you work with what you have, right? So
right. And eventually we'll see you on camera, right?
That's right. It's gonna happen someday.
You're gonna have a Canadian flag behind you, and you're gonna be like, "Listen."
Just gotta get. I gotta get my space a little bit more organized. It's not bad. I've just got a whole bunch of stuff on my desk over here that I gotta get taken care of. It's a bit of an organized chaos right now. But yeah, I'll get on camera at some point.
Nice. I cannot see the side. Actually, you know what? I got to open up the side chat from the side to see where the people are at. We got Spooky. We got Doom. Who we got walking around here? Oh gosh, are they all gone? Where are they?
Sound off in the chat. No, we got some people hanging around. We got 6 people chilling out there in the side chat right now.
The last I got is Big Bad Mama is the great grandma of YouTube, but I feel like that was ages ago.
That was ages ago. We've got way more people than that. No, the more recent ones.
For some reason, the chat has not caught up on the stream.
We had
yards side.
We had several people, including Lupin, ended up paying us a visit because it seems that Lupin likes to hate watch us on occasion, which is very nice. It's very nice.
Oh, hey, there he is. I just have to look on YouTube to see it. Lupin Wolf says, the stream has somehow just got worse. How is that even possible? Oh, well, that's me. Of course, it's my fault. They were doing a Donald Trump dog pile, and I come in, Mr. Conservative with my slick back hair and my tie and my suit, looking
hey,
like
everybody.
Yeah. Now let's get the party started. Room ties and a wet blanket of
It's pretty good. All right, I am going to start moving on to my next segment here, though. You're welcome to either stay or not, but
I will let you take over. You are the master of the show, and I have done my experimentation. Thank you so much for having me on. Now I have to exit this place. This is the awkward part where I'm like, where's the outdoor? Oh, the part that says leave in the top right. That'll do
it's so intuitive, right? It's so intuitive. Thank you very much for popping by, Re-Examination. That was very cool. Anybody else that at any point wants to pop into the stream and say hello or something like that, you are always welcome to do so. Anyways, we're going to be moving on to our continuation of the Iran war segment that we had going on prior to now. So let's take a look at that. Oh, hold on. Close this tab that I had open for whatever reason. Dang it, hold on. Now everything's disorganized. Hold on. I gotta get everything reformatted. Not that it's too bad at this point. I've got significantly less segments than I did before. So it shouldn't be too bad here, ladies and gentlemen. Anyways, moving on to our next segment. We have got something that I just really like. I have to preface once again to the entire audience. What you're about to see here, You've seen this government. You know what? Fuck it. It doesn't even need prefacing. Let me just show this to you and then fucking talk to you about it. I feel like that might be a bit better. So I just want to ask you, right? Because this is what Trump was talking about when he destroyed the biggest bridge in all of Iran, the big highway bridge that they have in Iran. This is footage of that occurring. And I can't believe it. For some reason, even though Trump said in one of his statements earlier, it's treason. Yes, it is spooky. That is exactly correct. It's treason then. No. I'm kind of baffled at why these people are screaming and running away in terror and shock. Like, why are they scared? Aren't they supposed to be excited that they're being liberated right now, actively? This is regime change, guys. Why is everybody running away? What the hell? What's wrong? Keep in mind, right, that this is the fucking administration that called the guy that got fucking gunned down ruthlessly in the streets, and a woman that got gunned down in the streets of the United States. They got called domestic terrorists. And meanwhile, this fucking administration is actively fucking propagating terrorism. You know what shock and awe is, ladies and gentlemen? I've got news for you, okay? Shock and awe, quote unquote, is just fucking Western terrorism. That's what it is. The tactics that shock and awe are meant to instill within a populace are meant to be fear. Oh, shock and awe. That's what I'm feeling when I have a bomb detonating right next to me. Not palpable fucking fear and dread that I or my immediate loved ones are about to die needlessly in a fucking attack propagated by some other country on the other side of the fucking ocean. Like, how is this not terrorism, ladies and gentlemen? How is this, right here, anything shy of overt fucking terrorism? They're bombing civilian targets, and they're doing it to induce fear within the fucking population. But yeah, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, those are the real fucking domestic terrorists, right? You mean to tell me that a fucking country that creates the conditions that you see in a clip like this one that I'm about to fucking show aren't fucking conducive to terrorism? You mean to tell me if you have an ounce of fucking humanity that what I'm about to show you doesn't fucking rock you to your goddamn core? Let's see. Let's see. Congratulations, American taxpayers. I hope you're fucking glad of what you fucking bought. I hope everybody that's fucking pro-Iran war, everybody that's fucking pro everything that's going on right now, I hope you're fucking happy with what you fucking bought. Because if that shit right there doesn't wrench you to your goddamn core, that doesn't make you consider, at the very least, that fucking maybe you might just be fucking wrong about this shit. And maybe we shouldn't be wasting our goddamn tax dollars and time fucking either bombing this country or, in the state of my country, being endlessly petitioned to try and participate in this bullshit. No. No. Why the fuck is anybody in favor of this? Anybody. There's no justification. for conditions that create shit like that. It's not a war, it's an operation. Good point, B.S. Lewis. You're right. It's just an operation. Just an operation. Same with Iraq. Not a war. It's called a war everywhere you go. Even in museums talking about what's going on in Iraq. If you talk to all the veterans that were in Iraq, they'll call it a war. If you go to the museum talking about the Iraq War, there'll be Iraq War memorials. But if you actually look at the official statements made by the United States military, that wasn't a war, BS. It seems that everybody that was actually on the ground participating in that military conflict just so happened to be mistaken, just like Vietnam, just like the Korean War, where they were literally fucking fighting with each other with goddamn tanks and bazookas in a fucking conventional battlefield style. No, that wasn't a war either. Like, it just doesn't matter to these fucking people. It doesn't matter. The terminology is just completely fucking arbitrary. Whatever the hell people want it to be. So fucking asinine. Anyways, moving on to our next segment that we have here. Here, let me go back here to my background while I'm going between segments. How U.S. Israel are waging a war on Iranian culture and education. Iranian officials have told Al Jazeera that the United States and Israel's attacks seek to wipe out Iranian identity. The U.S.-Israel war on Iran has resulted in the widespread destruction of its cultural heritage sites, as well as educational institutions and science and research centers. While the United States and Israel maintain that they are striking military targets, the Iranian government's data tells a story of cultural and scientific loss. At least 56 heritage sites, 30 universities, and 55 libraries have been damaged so far, according to local media reports. In an interview with Al Jazeera on April 1st, Raja Salehi Amiri, Iran's Minister of Culture and Tourism, described the destruction during the U.S.-Israel war on Iran as a, quote, deliberate and conscious attack on Iranian identity. I mean, how is that really fucking deniable when you're dealing with a fucking toll of 56 heritage sites, 30 universities, and 55 fucking libraries? Like, that's not a goddamn coincidence at that point. That's not a whoopsie daisy, I accidentally fucking threw a bomb over there. Oh no, I was trying to get a military base and there just so happened to be a major fucking historic site right next to it. I think that that's a little bit fucking indisputably untrue when you're dealing with this number of that being the fucking case. I heard one Christian that we know say when confronted with the death toll in Iran that the oil prices were higher under Biden. Yeah, fucking delusional. Delusional. Beyond delusional, because when you literally look at the prices of oil futures, when you look at the prices of oil being traded internationally, it's just provably fucking false. The actual data. We're literally living in an age where things are so absurd at this point, where people are so unwilling to inform themselves that even when they are informed of the actual fucking facts of what are going on in that particular situation, they still just overtly fucking shake their heads and go, because it's all just a giant fucking game to those people. When these people think about and they discuss global affairs, it's all just a giant fucking video game in their mind, or it may as well be, as far as the actual consequences of these things are concerned. There's so many people in this modern day and age, unfortunately, Big Bad Mama, who are so devoid of any connectivity to consequence whatsoever that they just insulate themselves from everything they possibly can, and yet at the same time so many of those people will simultaneously have such strong opinions. Such strong opinion. They're so opinionated about something that they don't understand, and they don't realize that that is the exact fucking embodiment of the Dunning-Kruger effect. You want to know something that's fucking thrown around a whole bunch in the community a few years back? Dunning-Kruger was a term that was thrown around left, right, and goddamn center. All over the place. But you know what? Go and take a look. Everybody that's watching right now, if you're not already familiar with the Dunning-Kruger effect, look into it right now. Because it describes exactly what I'm fucking talking about. People who presume such strong, convicted opinions with such small excuses, little iotas of information, if any information at all, who don't know even the basic facts of what is occurring in front of them, and yet they still want to tell you all about how what's going on is just fucking fine. But what about the Dow? I know, right, BS? What about it? What about the Dow? I vote for renaming the Department of War to the Department of Operations. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. I think that we should rename the Department of Education to the Department of Right Think as well while we're at it. I mean, like, while we're just going completely fucking mask off, you know? Like, let's do it. Anyways, let's keep going. While the United States and... Oh, wait, no. Nope, I haven't read this part yet. The U.S.-Israel war on Iran has resulted in the widespread destruction of its cultural heritage sites as well as educational. I have read this. Dang it. In an interview with Al Jazeera on April 1st, Raja Salehi Amiri, Iran's Minister of Culture and Tourism, described the destruction during the U.S.-Israel war in Iran as a deliberate and conscious attack on Iranian identity. As the war continues to rage, we break down some of the key Iranian cultural and educational centers targeted by the United States and Israel so far. The war in Iran began on February 28th with a strike on an elementary girls' school, Saryeh Tayyibeh, in the city of Menab in southern Iran. At least 170 people, most of them girls aged between 7 and 12 years, were killed when the missiles struck the school. President Donald Trump initially denied the U.S. had attacked the school. However, several independent investigations by media organizations, including Al Jazeera... Oh. Well, hold on. I'm not gonna look at that just yet, Al Jazeera, but that's interesting. However, several independent investigations by media organizations, including Al Jazeera, and rights groups, including Amnesty International, have said that the attack was likely deliberate and that a U.S.-manufactured Tomahawk missile was used in it. At least 30 Iranian universities have been attacked by the U.S. and Israel since the war began on February 28th. On March 28th, the Iran University of Science and Technology, or IUST, was hit by what local media said were targeted Israeli-U.S. strikes. It remains unclear what the damage and casualties from the strikes look like. A day later, a university in Iran's central city of Isfahan said that it was hit by U.S.-Israeli air raids for the second time since the war erupted, leaving 4 university staff members wounded. On April 4th, the Laser and Plasma Research Institute of the Shabid Beheshti University in northern Tehran was bombed by U.S. and Israeli warplanes. Quote, "This hostile act not only targets the security of academics and the country's scientific environment, but is also a clear attack on reason, research, and freedom of thought." No, but it can't be an attack on freedom of thought, though. No, it's not an attack on freedom of thought because the United States is the good guys. Come on. I'm sorry that your school got bombed and everything like that, and that's actually going to, like, tangibly set your ability to be able to research things back substantially, including things like medicine, you know? But fuck that, right? Like, who cares about that? Plasma research? Probably developing a plasma laser to kill Americans. That's what they're probably doing over there. Wait, it was blood plasma? Oh, probably trying to develop something to kill Americans via blood poisoning. That's what it really was. Like, it's just an endless moving of the goalposts. Anyways, scientific environment, but is also a clear note. I already read that. Hossein Sameh Sharif, Iran's Minister of Science, Research, and Technology, told reporters at the research center on Saturday that Iranian scientists have been targets for decades. He pointed out that several Shabid Behzadi University professors were assassinated by Israel during the 12-day war in June 2025. Quote, attacking universities and research centers means returning to the Stone Age, the minister said, in reference to a threat by Trump to bomb Iran, quote, back to the Stone Ages, by systematically hitting its infrastructure, including power plants. The attacks on Tehran's IUST saw one of its research centers reduced to rubble and other departments damaged in late March. The facility worked on developing domestically made satellites. The U.S. and Israel also attacked the Pasteur Institute in downtown Tehran, which was founded more than 100 years ago in collaboration with the internationally renowned Institut Pasteur in Paris, France, but now operates independently. The Institute works on infectious diseases, producing vaccines and biological products, and providing advanced diagnostics. Oh my god, they're probably developing a bioweapon, guys. That's what it's gonna be. When people actually like push back about this and be like, yeah, but they like bombed them, like they bombed non-military infrastructure that's developing stuff for vaccines and stuff. It's probably gonna turn into, well, they were developing biological weapons over there. That's what it's gonna be. Just like it was in fucking Iraq. Hussein's fucking rolling chemical lab of fucking cocktails designed specifically to bomb American cities. That shit being fucking distributed in American media in the 2000s. What a sad joke. Anyways, moving on. On April 6, 2026, U.S.-Israel attacks hit Sharif University of Technology in Tehran, one of Iran's leading scientific universities, often compared with the U.S.'s Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT. Al Jazeera's Tauhid Asadi, reporting from Tehran, said that the facility was severely hit, with extensive damage reported in the compound's mosque and laboratories. Quote, the Sharif area has witnessed other attacks, including one on a gas facility, Asadi said, adding that the other civil facilities, including roads, power plants, and bridges, were attacked across Iran. Quote, Iran's Minister of Science and Technology told us that at least 30 universities have been hit since the beginning of the war on February 28th, he added. Mohammad Reza Aref, Iran's first vice president, accused the U.S. of deploying a quote-unquote bunker buster bomb to target the university. The bunker buster bomb attack on Sharif University is a symbol of Trump's madness and ignorance, Aref said in a post on X. He fails to understand that Iran's knowledge is not embedded in concrete to be destroyed by bombs. The true fortress is the will of our professors and elites, Aref, a Stanford University educated engineer, said of Trump. Libraries. Besides schools, universities, and science research centers, libraries have also been hit. Well, you know what? I don't really think that's a big deal, right? Given the fact that the right wing has kind of had a pretty hostile stance on specific reading material as of late, I don't really think that they're going to be shedding too much tears over the libraries being bombed, if you catch my drift. Oh, we got a new comment from B.S. Lewis. He said, this whole thing would have been avoided if they didn't educate women. Sorry, not enough gravel. Let me try that again. This whole thing would have been avoided if they didn't educate women. A little bit better. I could work on that a little bit more. But you know what? I have been on break. My impressions may be a little bit rusty, they might say. Most Muslims and Andrew Wilson. Yes, indeed. Yes, Lewis. Besides schools, I already read that part. The head of Iran's Public Libraries Association said on April 4th that at least 55 libraries had been damaged, including 2 that had been destroyed by U.S.-Israeli strikes. Iran's Tasman news agency reported. Cultural heritage sites. Since the war in Iran began, the Ministry of Cultural Heritage, Tourism, and Handicrafts has recorded damage to at least 56 museums, historical monuments, and cultural sites in Tehran alone. 19 locations have been hit. These included Golestan Palace, the Grand Bazaar, and the former Senate building. The Golestan Palace, which was damaged on March 2nd, dates to the Qajar era. The 1789 to 1925 period was marked by the rule of a Turkic dynasty that unified Iran after decades of civil unrest. The Qajar dynasty made Tehran the capital of Iran. Golestan is a walled palace built combining Persian craft and architecture with European motifs and styles. It features gardens, pools, and ornaments. In Persian, Golestan means flower garden. Tehran's Grand Bazaar, which was also hit, is a historic marketplace. Parts of it date back to the Qajar era. So we can see other... I've already covered parts of this palace being damaged before on this channel, but this is another part of the palace that was also hit and damaged, unfortunately. But yeah, I just wanted to cover that segment because I thought that it was important to highlight that this is not just a war that's being done against military targets, quote unquote. That's not what's happening here at all. There's a wider war that's being waged here that is meant to terrorize the Iranian people and erode away their identity. Culturally, historically, in several aspects. I mean, it's just awful. Just 1 second here. I just got a text. There we go. I got it sent out. Got that done pretty quick if I do say so myself. Anyways, let's move on to our next segment that we have here. Boebert on $200 billion Iran war funding request. I'm not doing that. Let's take a look at this video. Oh, is it all just coverage? Nope. No, it is actually him speaking here. I just wanted to make sure.
You intend to potentially put U.S. troops or more troops in the region?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops. Our military is incredible. We have an incredible military. We have the strongest military in the world by far.
I'm not going to tell you about whether we're doing that, but I'm also going to tell you that we're not doing that. Like, if you wouldn't tell them that you were, why would you tell them that you're not? Wouldn't it be more secure for your strategy to just not say anyways? Silly me. Trying to have fucking foreign policy choices that make sense. Who am I? Some random Canadian, not the president of the United States who shat himself on national television. My bad. My bad. Let me stay in my lane. Anyways, Representative Lauren Boebert, Republican from Colorado, on Thursday said that she will not back the Pentagon's bid for $200 billion in supplemental funding amid the U.S.-Israeli conflict with Iran, as her GOP colleagues grapple with how to approve such a request with a slim majority. Quote, I've already told leadership I am a no on any war supplements, Boebert told CNN's Manu Raju outside the Capitol. I am so tired of spending money elsewhere. I am tired of the industrial war complex getting all of our hard-earned tax dollars. I have folks in Colorado who can't afford to live. Which, by the way, I didn't end up pulling this as a segment. But what she says here is absolutely true. Her as a Republican, you would think that people on the right would think that that was true, but a shocking amount of people on the right, unfortunately, just live under this delusional kind of understanding, and I say understanding in the biggest air quotes possible, but they have this understanding that everybody that's having a hard time surviving right now, they're not having a hard time because all their tax dollars are being funneled into a needless fucking war that's killing a whole bunch of people overseas and is going to endlessly fucking occur over decades and decades, just like the other fucking wars that occurred within that region. No, it's happening because of immigrants. You know, those people that fucking pay billions of dollars into the fucking social security system every single year and contribute to the economy by providing loads of fucking labor that's critical to its current fucking function. You know, those people. Those are the ones that are at fault for everything, not the fucking lobbyists that are trying to fucking run out the back door with all of your fucking money. We need America First policies now, and that, I'm not doing that, she said. Boebert added that Republicans in the House needed to, quote, get our act together if we want to keep this majority. And the path that we're going down doesn't look very promising. I mean, even according to people like Reexamination who came on earlier, that seems to be the case. It seems to be abundantly obvious that this is not going to be something that is tenable in the long term. I'm sorry to say, but, well, not actually sorry, because it's not tenable for a reason. Because people can't fucking stand the current state of affairs being the way that they are right now. Let's face it. Big Bad Mama says a few days later, as the Iran war waged, Trump submitted an eye-popping $1.5 trillion defense budget for the 2027 fiscal year. This figure alone represents a 44% increase over 2026 funding. Right. And this is the exact thing that I was warning about. But people just joke about it, Big Bad Mama. Oh, the bulge. It's so fucking funny. It's so funny that the fucking money that's going towards this war is being used to fucking kill people en masse. It's all just a giant fucking joke, right? Like, I get it once or twice. It's funny to fucking make fun of shit, and I've done it as well, myself. But to, like, keep on gloating about it over and over again, I don't know, man. It's just not right. It's really not. It's not right to be constantly gloating about a fucking overinflated military budget that's directly fucking responsible for the deaths of untold numbers of fucking civilians in this conflict, in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya, in fucking Lebanon, all over the goddamn planet. Within my lifetime. And yet we're supposed to just shrug our shoulders over the fact that they're literally asking for almost a fucking 50% increase in the amount of fucking money that they've already got that is extremely overinflated. It's absolutely asinine. It's beyond asinine, as far as I'm concerned. But anyways, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth defended the request earlier Thursday, arguing during a press conference that it, quote, takes money to kill the bad guys. He added that the goal of the funding was to ensure that we're properly funded for what's being done, for what we may have to do in the future, ensure that our ammunition, everything's refilled, and not just refilled, but above and beyond. Haven't you guys received billions, tens and tens of billions of dollars over decades for that stockpile? What have you guys been doing with all of that money? What have you been doing with it? If you haven't been adequately supplying your ammunition to the point where just fighting over the course of 1 or 2 fucking months, not even 2 months at this point, has just completely fucking drained your ammunition to the point where you have to go and rattle a tin cup in front of the American public and go, hey guys, need a whole bunch, we need another fucking untold sum of money to be able to keep prosecuting this war. You guys mind? I think that there are a few people that do fucking mind their tax dollars going to that shit. Yeah. More than a few. Anyways, some GOP lawmakers also defended the ask. House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana, said that it was needed in order for the U.S. to adequately fund defense. Other Republicans added that the additional funding could be the catalyst to push through a second reconciliation bill that will pack in other GOP priorities, including a follow-up to their massive spending and tax bill signed into law last year. Don't worry, though, we've got another one right around the corner, according to Big Bad Mama. But hey, that's not enough. It's not enough that Donald Trump already proved earlier in the segment that I covered that he doesn't give a flying fuck about foreign-born children, specifically Iranian children and civilian casualties, through the fact that he said that he doesn't care about war crimes being committed. No, that's not enough. Let's see a demonstration of how Donald Trump doesn't care about American children as well.
If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that. Childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people. But we're going to take care of our country first. This is about America first. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it, too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up. But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country.
Yeah, you have to guard the country by going and fucking up a whole bunch of other people's shit in other countries. Because that guards America. The best way to defend yourself is, rather than spending that money to better guard your own home, and make sure that the people within that home are living good, decent lives so that they don't feel disillusioned and go and make stupid decisions as a direct result of being disillusioned with the idea that the home, even though the person running the home makes more money than he ever has, and the total income of the household is by far the biggest in the entire neighborhood. But you look around the home, and for some reason, the door is rotting off of the hinges. And the paint is peeling off the walls, and the popcorn ceiling, hiding the asbestos that lurks above, is somehow still managing to cling on to life, though it may be any day now it's about to collapse, and everybody in that house knows it. So for some reason, the people within that house are starting to get delusioned with the guy that runs it, because rather than spending all of that money on fixing the house, he's spending that money to hire a bunch of fucking thugs and goons to not only terrorize a bunch of people inside that house, but also send them to a bunch of other people's houses and go and fuck their shit up. And then when the people inside the house ask the guy running it, hey, what the fuck? Why aren't you spending that money here at home? You could be spending that money to make our lives better. Why are you spending that money sending these fucking goons to go and fuck up other people's shit? Their justification, they'll look at you and they'll say, well, we gotta keep this house safe. Sending those goons over there keeps our house safe. No, it fucking doesn't. It's absolutely ridiculous. Bulges are funny because it's a euphemism for penis. That's okay. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. It's a euphemism for fetus. That's funny. I agree. Every once in a while you bring it up and you go, her, that's funny. But I don't know, man. There's some people that almost just seem to revel in it. They really do. They seem to revel in the idea that there's this massively wasteful institution that just takes and takes and takes and endlessly requires more of what little that people have. Like, I can't blame people, including myself, for like looking at that and being a little disillusioned at that and going like, hey, what the fuck? Like, that's kind of fucked up. I don't know. That's just my opinion, though. It is funny that it's a euphemism for penis, though. I can't deny that. But yeah, this fucking guy doesn't give a shit about children. He doesn't give a shit about American children. He doesn't give a shit about Iranian children. And unfortunately, the only capacity that he seemed to give a shit about children with is a capacity that he's trying desperately to hide from everybody right now. So that's the current state of affairs of the guy that's running your country. Isn't that fucking great? Anyways, moving on to the next one. We have a similar clip as the one that I played before, but interspersed with a fellow that I think most people in this audience can appreciate, making a point that I think is quite pertinent, given what is said. Let's take a look.
We can't take care of daycare. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare.
Pro-life conservatives are obsessed with the fetus from conception to 9 months. After that, they don't want to know about you. They don't want to hear from you. No, nothing. No neonatal care, no daycare, no Head Start, no school lunch, no food stamps, no welfare, no nothing. If you're pre-born, you're fine. If you're preschool, you're fucked.
It's so fucking true. Because in reality, it's just a talking point. It's a attempt to appear humanistic. It's an attempt to appear as though you give a shit about the innocent, about the downtrodden within society. But any broader attempt to take care of those downtrodden people anywhere past the womb is just completely abandoned. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, anybody that's out there right now, if you happened not to have liked the stream at this point, please do like the stream if you're enjoying this. Pardon me, if you're enjoying this content. Anyways, moving on to this next piece of content that we have here. I think that this is extremely important to watch. Because while people think that RIP the GOAT, yes indeed, Doom-based, RIP the GOAT indeed. He's got to be one of the best comedians of all time, indisputably. But anyways, I think a lot of people have this idea that things are really bad right now in Iran with the strait being closed. But we've kind of already seen the gas prices go up at this point. We're starting to adjust back to higher gas prices. We might have seen the worst of it occur. No, we haven't. We have definitely not seen the worst occur yet, and this video outlines exactly why we have not seen the worst occur yet, unfortunately. Let's take a look. And this is a bit of a longer video. This is done by Max Fisher, so go check out his content if you enjoy this.
This is an oil tanker, and the thing to know about an oil tanker is that it's really, really big. 4 soccer fields long, carries 2 or 3 million barrels of oil, and it weighs more than a skyscraper, all of which makes it slow, 10 or 15 knots. That is, no joke, the speed of a bicycle. Our global energy supply lines move at the speed of a Schwinn, and let me show you on this globe why that's important. If you biked all day, how much of this globe do you think you could cross? Like, maybe the width of the point of this pen, right? Maybe. You worked really hard. Okay. Now imagine hopping on your 12-speed starting in Dubai. Where's Dubai? Here we go. Starting in Dubai. And now imagine that you have to bike out of Dubai all the way down here, down the coast of Africa, down, across the Cape of Good Hope, back up the other coast of Africa, all the way across the Atlantic, through the Caribbean, before finally arriving at the deepwater oil port in Louisiana. That would take forever on a bike, right? Which, remember, is the speed that these oil tankers go. Like, that is how our oil travels, as if it were on a bike. And maybe you see where I'm going with this. This is a map of global oil flows put together by JP Morgan. Don't worry about all this text, we'll explain it in a minute. These red lines show the oil coming out of the Middle East, going out to the rest of the world. This is the stuff that's been cut off. Here it is back in December before the war. There it goes, the oil is flowing. But remember, it moves at the speed of a bunch of bicycles. So now it's January, and the oil is just finally reaching parts of Asia and Europe. And we're into February before it hits the US, and then it hits refineries in South Korea that then sends it on down these pink lines to Australia and New Zealand. So when the war starts and the oil stops flowing, there's actually still a ton out there, taking its long, lazy little bike ride around the globe. That's a big part of why things seem weirdly normal. For most countries, the oil shutdown has not reached us yet. We're still getting shipments that were sent out before the war started. So when do those shipments stop? If you look at that map again, it says most deliveries to the US will stop around April 15th. In Europe, they stop around April 10th. Asia, April 1st, so it's just getting started. But here in parts of Africa, it was March 20th. We're already well into it. And that's even hitting places like the US where we are still receiving oil from before the war started. Countries whose shipments ran out are creating this big surge in demand. So anytime you go to the pump or pay your power bill, you are bidding against them and they are bidding against you. And all of this is going to get significantly worse when China and Europe start running out of shipments too and surge demand to replace it, which is really close to happening. This is an oil tanker. And the thing to know about an oil tanker...
So, as we can see here, long story short, buy gas right now. I shit you not. I'm really thinking about it. You know, not even unfortunately, you're not going to be able to get a significant amount unless you've got a fucking barrel that's capable of storing it. If you got a couple jerry cans laying around, I was thinking about, I don't know, maybe filling those up. Maybe give those a fill. Just in case, because those gas prices are, they're going to get really fucking bad really soon, unfortunately. Based on what's being said there and based on the research that I also did, yeah, it looks like it's going to be in about a week or two's time that we're going to be really experiencing the actual brunt of the effect of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. And this is one of the biggest reasons why Trump has been trying to push to open the strait as badly as he is right now. Is because if you think that some guy on the internet that's capable of putting this video together, that's very well edited, very well made, if he's capable of putting this together, then I'm sure that the fucking United States government is also well aware that they're right on the cusp of this really hitting the American people hard. So if they can get this win, quote unquote, of getting the Strait of Hormuz open before the worst effects of the increase in gas prices hit the common American, then they'll at least be able to say, well, you know what? It's gonna be solved soon enough. Yeah, gas prices are higher right now, but they're not gonna be higher much longer. We're gonna get the oil to you right away. There's gonna be some reconciliation prize at the very end, But right now, that's not the case. So Iran actually has significantly more leverage at the bargaining table than I think Trump and the American government would probably like the average American to think that they do, precisely because they are the ones that are on the timetable. Trump is the one that's constantly talking about, oh, Iran's got a deadline. We're going to extend the deadline because I'm such a nice person. Deadline, deadline, deadline. America is the country that's on a deadline right now because America is going to bear sole responsibility for yet another global energy crisis, the likes of which we have not seen since the 1970s. It is going to be exclusively America's fault, unlike what happened before in the 1970s, though. So the idea that this is something where America has Iran over a barrel right now, no, it is precisely the opposite. It is an oil barrel, and it is fucking not looking good for Trump right now. because he had this war overpromised to him by Pete Hegseth, who said that the war was going to be over within a couple of weeks. And surely enough, the resolve of a fucking regime that has been actively building itself up to resist this exact set of circumstances for 4 decades now. 5 decades almost at this point. Somehow, they haven't capitulated within a couple of weeks. I can't believe it, guys. It's a fucking scandal. He's terrified of those "I did that" stickers. I know, yeah, no, things like that are... I mean, like, things like that speak to the common person. And I will say this. During the 2016 and even arguably parts of the 2020 elections, during some of his debates and stuff, I will give Trump this. He is very good at using language that specifically targets his base. But with that in mind, he also understands that his base is susceptible to those very things that he is talking about going around and biting him in the ass, and provably so. And whether he wants it or not, it does erode from his credibility every single time that it happens. Not in a tangible way. You know, it's almost like looking at a landscape from a distance. It's such a large thing that you're looking at that if a little bit of it gets chipped away, a little bit of it gets eroded, you're not going to immediately notice that. But if you look back at, like, it's almost like an iceberg. I feel like that might be the best analogy for it. You know, a little bit of that iceberg falls away here or there. You're not going to see that. But if you compare that iceberg size this year compared to 5 years ago, you're going to see a noticeable difference in the size of that iceberg and its complexity and how it's structured. You're going to see all of that. And the same is true for Trump's base, right? I've made this point a few times right now. But as Trump's base has noticeably eroded around him, what do we see becoming more and more the case? Trump is becoming more erratic. He's saying more and more unhinged shit. For fuck's sakes, he's saying praise be to Allah on Easter goddamn Sunday. If you mean to tell me that that's not erratic behavior, I don't know what is. And why is he becoming more and more erratic, besides the things that I've already talked about? It's because the base that he has left appeals to that kind of rhetoric. They eat that kind of shit up. Because the people that are left behind from an eroded base are not the people that are casual enjoyers of it. They're not fair weather Republicans that are going to vote Republican one year, election term and then vote Democrat the next. No. It's going to be the radicals that are left behind. And surely enough, as his behavior gets more erratic, his base that we see foams at the mouth more and more at the idea that he's just become this unhinged fucking lunatic. Anyways, let's move on to our next segment that we have here. This one is quite a... I don't really know what to fucking make of this segment. I've got to be completely honest with you. But let's take a look. Inside, tech billionaire Peter Thiel's, I think it's Thiel's, off-the-record lectures about the Antichrist. The political savangel and investor, what is that? Savangel? Svengale? Like, what the hell is that word? I'm sure that is a word, but I've literally never seen that before in my life. I've got to be honest with you. An investor has been giving lectures on, a quote, an evil king or tyrant who appears in the end times. New to streaming or looking to level up? Check out StreamYard and get a $10 discount. Thank you, Big Bad Mama. Much appreciated. All right, let's take a look here. Peter Thiel, I'm just gonna say Thiel. Fuck it. The billionaire political Svengale and tech investors worried about the Antichrist. It could be the U.S. It could be Greta Thunberg. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is it Greta Thunberg? She might be the Antichrist. My dog might be the Antichrist. The piece of toast that I saw the other day might be the Antichrist too. Holy shit. What is it, guys? It could be anything. Oh my god. Over the past month, Thiel has hosted a series of 4 lectures on the downtown waterfront of San Francisco, philosophizing about who the Antichrist could be and warning that Armageddon is coming. Thiel, who describes himself as a, quote, small o Orthodox Christian, believes the harbinger of the end of the world could already be in our midst, and that things such as the international agencies, environmentalism, and guardrails on technology could quicken its rise. It is a remarkable discursion that reveals the preoccupations of one of the most influential people in Silicon Valley and the US. Quote, a basic definition of the Antichrist. Some people think of it as a type of very bad person. Sometimes it's used more generally as a spiritual descriptor of the forces of evil, Thiel said, kicking off his first lecture. What I will focus on is the most common and most dramatic interpretation of Antichrist. An evil king, or tyrant, or anti-messiah, who appears in the end time. Thiel was on the forefront of conservative politics long before the rest of Silicon Valley took a rightward turn, with Donald Trump's second term as president. He had close ties with Trump for nearly a decade, is credited with capturing catapulting J.D. Vance into the office of vice president, and is bankrolling Republicans' 2026 midterm campaigns, making his early fortune as a co-founder of PayPal. He has personally contributed to Facebook as its first outside investor, as well as to SpaceX, OpenAI, and more through his investment firm, Founders Fund. Palantir, which he co-founded, has won government contracts worth billions to create software for the Pentagon, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, and the National Health Service in the UK. Now, with more attention and political pull than ever, the billionaire is looking to spread his message about the Antichrist, though he's better known for his savvy politics and investments than his contributions to theology. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Why is it? Why is it, Peter Thiel, that you all of a sudden, of all people, are so interested in this topic? It's just kind of weird. A person whose charisma to dominate with bad intent. Ah, I see, Claude. Thank you very much, Monsieur Claude. I appreciate the contribution to the conversation. No, that's awesome. Thank you for letting me know. Anyways, let's see. For his savvy political investments and his contributions to theology. Quote, I'm a libertarian, or a classical liberal, who deviates in one minor detail, where I'm worried about the Antichrist, Thiel said during his third lecture. The meandering gospel of Peter. Thiel's talks, which began on the 15th of September and ended on Monday, were long and sweeping, mingling biblical passages, recent history, and philosophy, and sometimes deviating into conspiracy theories. He peppered them with references to video games and TV shows, along with musings on J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. He likewise recalled conversations with Elon Musk and Benjamin Netanyahu, and spoke at length about how he thinks Bill Gates is a, quote, very, very awful person. Tickets for the series went for $200, selling out within hours. Attendees were told that the lectures were strictly off the record, and that they were forbidden from taking photos, videos, or audio recordings. At least one person who took notes and published them had his ticket revoked by a post on revoked by a post on X. Pardon me. Let me take a drink of water really quick. Guardian reporters did not attend the lectures or agree to the off-the-record stipulation. Recordings were provided by an attendee who gave them on the condition of anonymity. When reached for comment, Teal's spokesman Jeremiah Hall did not dispute the veracity of the material given to the Guardian. Hall did correct a piece of the Guardian's transcription and clarified an argument made by Teal about Jews and the Antichrist, because of course there was a anti-Semitic remark peppered into the rest of it as well, just for good measure, you know? Gotta have at least one, apparently, when it comes to these fucking things. The Silicon Valley heavyweight drew on a wide swath of religious thinkers, including the French-American theorist René Girard, whom Teal knew at Stanford University, and the Nazi jurist Carl Schmitt, whose work he said helped create the core of his own beliefs. It's not concerning. It's definitely not a red flag in the slightest. Like when if you heard from somebody, like what is who's the person who made up the core foundation of your beliefs? Oh, a Nazi jurist. Yeah, that Carl Schmitt. Yeah, that's the person who made up the core foundation of my beliefs. Like, what the fuck? What? He credited the English Catholic theologian John Henry Newman as the inspiration for his 4-part series, saying, quote, Newman did 4, so I'm doing 4. I'm happy about it. The venture capitalist has hosted and attended events and lectured on the topic for decades, going back to the 1990s, according to a report by Wired. In recent months, he has spoken to theologians and podcasters about the Antichrist, both publicly and in private. His beliefs were diffuse, meandering, and often confusing. But one tenet that he's steadfastly maintained over the years is that the unification of the world under one global state is essentially identical to the Antichrist. In his talks, he uses the term Antichrist almost interchangeably with a one world state. And that sounds pretty bog standard, right? For the most part right now, for anybody that's watching right now, you may be presuming like, oh god, this is pretty like bog standard. Yeah, the Antichrist is the one world government. Never fucking heard that shit before. Right? But it gets more insidious as you go on. Let me go on here and find one of the particular parts. Let me see here. I thought that it was found here. Let me find it here. Yeah. Here we go. So, who could be Teal's Antichrist? Teal believes that the Antichrist would be a single evil tyrant. He mentions several figures he believes are particularly dangerous. And while he never definitively says who the Antichrist is, he makes suggestions about how some people could be Antichrist-type figures. Quote, a basic yeah, we already read that. Specifically, he suggests the Antichrist could be a, quote, Luddite who wants to stop all science, referencing Thunberg, Eliezer Yudkowsky, and Mark Andreessen. My thesis is that in the 17th and 18th century, the Antichrist would have been a Dr. Strangelove, a scientist who did all this sort of evil, crazy science. In the 21st century, the Antichrist is a Luddite who wants to stop all science. It's someone like Greta or Eliezer. It's not Andreessen, by the way. I think Andreessen is not the Antichrist. Because, the Antichrist is popular. I'm trying to say some good things about Andreessen here. Come on. During a question and answer session, Thiel was asked to respond to a quote from fellow investor Andreessen, a name that he audibly bristled at. He said Andreessen was engaged in hyperbole and, quote, gobbledygook propaganda when it comes to the promises of AI. Quote, where should I start? I'm tempted to be triggered in some nasty ad hominem argument, but I can't resist, so I'll do that. I don't know. This is just pure Silicon Valley gobbledygook propaganda. I wouldn't give someone who said things like that too much money to invest. So yeah, he goes on and he talks about all this like, oh my god, the Antichrist is this, the Antichrist. Gates, oh yeah, he talks about Bill Gates. Maybe he's the Antichrist. Pope Benedict might be the Antichrist. He gets into all these people. But specifically, one of the really big messages that he would give is in regards to people like Charlie Kirk. When asked about the slain far-right commentator Charlie Kirk's memorial in reference to the role of Christianity in American politics, Thiel initially demurred, saying that it was, quote, above his pay grade. When further prompted, he described what he saw as two versions of Christianity on display at the event. Quote, I think, what to say? I was thinking about, I had the chart, the Cachian pagan Christianity versus the Eschaton, the Christianity of Constantine versus that of Mother Teresa. We had an illustration of that with Kirk's wife, saying that she forgave the murderers because that's what Christ would do. This was an incredibly saintly form of Christianity. And then, President Trump, I don't know. I forget the language exactly. But Charlie was into forgiving, being nice to his enemies. He doesn't believe in being nice to his enemies. He wants to hurt his enemies. And that's sort of the pagan Christian view. And the problem, the naive view, is there has to be something somewhere in between, right? But how do you pardon me, how do you concretize that? What's the thing that's in between Mother Teresa and Constantine? Between forgiving the murderer and delighting in punishing your enemies? Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps the in-between thing. I thought that was maybe Trump and Elon were able to forgive each other. So it's just like, there's one thing where there's this conflation of politics and religion directly with each other. This insidious, like, oh, you're my 10th like, Stephen. Thank you very much. I support your stand against Trump. Well, thank you very much, Stephen. I appreciate that. But there's this conflation of Trump and Elon forgiving each other with this, like, saint-like behavior. Because in this guy's mind, they really are, like, living out this modern biblical kind of tale, almost. Where they are saintly figures dealing with this, like, epic battle between good and evil. And then later on, he goes on to describe how religion is the most effective tool to be able to propagate these things. And that's the main reason why he's getting into theology so much. Because he recognizes that the tool of religion is extremely powerful at conveying certain messages. And him trying to conflate people like Greta Thunberg with the Antichrist is no coincidence when his fucking corporations, among many others, are directly profiting off of the exploitation of the earth en masse. Of course, he's going to conflate something like that with, oh, they're just trying to get in the way of progress, they are. There's Luddites. Like, no, you're not a Luddite for trying to say, hey, can you stop destroying the planet, though? Like, could you just, like, chill the fuck out on that? What a Luddite, right? Anyways, moving on to our next segment. Everybody is familiar already with what happened here. Everybody knows the what about Pam Bondi being fired, let's be honest. But what about the why? Let's get into the why. So, here's why Trump fired Pam Bondi. Now, this is an opinion piece, obviously, from the Seattle Times. So take it with a grain of salt. This isn't like a news report in the same way as some of my other segments are. But I think that a lot of what is said in this segment touches upon the truth. So let's take a look at what is said here. In President Donald Trump's first term, many members of his cabinet were establishment conservatives with tangible executive experience who were willing to follow the president far to the right, but had lines in the sand they were unwilling to cross. In this second term, Trump has prioritized surrounding himself with those who are unwilling to cross him. And during her time as Attorney General, Pam Bondi was unquestionably one of those people. On Thursday, she lost her job anyway. Not because Bondi wasn't loyal, but because she couldn't make it go away. And you know what I mean by it. Since Bondi told a Fox News audience in February 2025 that the client list for the deceased pedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein was, quote, sitting on my desk right now to review, the public's interest in this saga has not wavered. I would argue that it extends well beyond, or well before that, but in any case, which is a good thing. Some of the victims ensnared in Epstein's international sex trafficking web were as young as 12. It's unhealthy for a nation to just move on from something so heinous without holding those involved accountable. Yet, ever since Bondi gave that Fox News interview, we have seen this administration meet calls for justice for Epstein's victims with cynical retorts of it all being a partisan hoax, and at times leading this rebuttal was Bondi, using her position as the nation's top police officer to overlook what the young women went through and what the courts have already proven, just so she wouldn't cross her boss. And it didn't help her any more than compliance helped her predecessors. Isn't that such a shame? Isn't that such a shame? You sold your soul, Pam Bondi. You sold it out completely. You sold yourself out, and for what? So that you could bask in the sun for half a second as one of the most shameful examples of an attorney general in American history? Because that's going to be your legacy. Sorry that the monkey's paw of you getting that position ended up not working out for you all that well, did it? Jeff Sessions was loyal as well. In fact, the former senator from Alabama, who became Trump's first attorney general, was among the earliest Republicans from inside the Beltway to come out in support of Trump's campaign for president back in 2015. The two were inseparable until Sessions was unable to make the FBI's investigation into Russia's election interference go away. Just as his successor, William Barr, who was forced to resign after he said publicly that the Justice Department had found no widespread fraud in the 2020 election. These are the rules in Trump's world. That's why last year, when King Charles of England was stripping his brother, the Prince Andrew, of his titles because of the connection to Epstein, House Speaker Mike Johnson was adjourning the chamber early to avoid a vote that would have released more documents or forced Republicans to go on record publicly shielding abusers from accountability. That's how far some are willing to go to make Trump's problems disappear. That may not be the rule of law, but it is the rule of the game. It is the rule of the game that he plays. Bondi understood that. By this point, we all do. Earlier this year, we saw the historic arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former prince, and Peter Mandelson, the UK's former ambassador to Washington, within days of each other because of connections to Epstein. And yet Bondi, who during her time as a Florida politician ran campaign ads proclaiming to be tough on sex trafficking, had yet to arrest anyone. In the limited set of Epstein files that were released, Bondi's Justice Department may well have done more to protect the wrong people than to protect the victims. Given the unredacted nude photos of victims that should not have been made public, and the redacted names of Epstein associates that should have been. But as inept as Bondi had been in the handling of the case, what ultimately ended her tenure wasn't her inability to deliver justice for the victims. It was not the talk of the client list that she said was on her desk. It was not reports that said that she had told the president she was in the files prior to their release. No. What cost Bondi her job was her inability to clean up the president's mess. And if that isn't an adequate summation of why Pam Bondi wasn't dismissed, I literally don't know what is. But let's see. One of my first reactions initially, and I got to admit, this is some youthful naivete peeking in. For just a moment in my life, when I found out that Pam Bondi got fired, I was like, wow, who's the replacement? Maybe they'll have... and I'm laughing at it now, just thinking about it. Just the momentary thought of maybe they'll have somebody new in there that will do different. And unsurprisingly, at least for now, the acting Attorney General is Todd Blanche, who, by the way, well, I could get into that once I actually cover that particular segment, but let's take a look at what his stance is about the Epstein files, ladies and gentlemen. Blanche says the DOJ should move on from the Epstein files. What a fucking shock, ladies and gentlemen. What a goddamn shock. The guy that they ended up appointing as the new Attorney General is a yes man just the same as Pam Bondi was. And even worse, he's literally a former lawyer to Trump. So the conflict of interest of having a former lawyer as the head of a different branch of the United States government just continues to get more and more obvious as time goes on. Originally, what you typically do when it comes to these sorts of departments is you appoint people like Blanche as the junior attorney general, the vice attorney general, right? You appoint them in a junior role because they still have a shitload of power within the organization, but they're not the acting figurehead in charge. So they only get maybe 1% or less of the attention of the American people regarding the DOJ. But now he's just right out front, up in center. Yep, I used to be Trump's lawyer. Now I'm the head of the Department of Justice as well. No fucking conflict of interest to be had there whatsoever, though. Not at all. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said that the Department of Justice has released all the files related to Jeffrey Epstein. That's not true, as is clearly the case for anybody who's even taken half a moment to look into this investigation. Anybody could tell you that that's not true. But once again, like I stated earlier, these people just feel comfortable at this particular juncture, just lying overtly to your face and just telling you something that is provably untrue. Yeah, we released all of it. I know that we have over several million files at this point that haven't been released yet whatsoever, but we released all of them. What do you mean? Just overt denial of reality. It's absolutely ridiculous. Anyways, let's read this a little bit more. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has made an effort to distance himself from the scandal that helped cost his predecessor her job, the Justice Department's handling of the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Blanche, hours after taking the reins as the nation's acting top prosecutor, insisted that it's time for the DOJ to move on from the scrutiny that has plagued the DOJ's release of documents related to years of investigations into Epstein and his co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell. Quote, I think that to the extent that the Epstein files was a part of the past year of the Justice Department, it should not be a part of anything going forward, Blanche said Thursday in an interview with Fox News host Jesse Waters. Blanche said that the DOJ, quote, has now released all the files with respect to the Epstein saga. But even according to his own statements, that's not true. He said in January that the DOJ has reviewed but would not release millions of pages of files that he has claimed are protected by one or more privileges. But he does not give the DOJ any right to hold back documents or privileged grounds or for reasons other than for those expressly mentioned in the law itself. President Donald Trump's decision to fire Bondi followed frustration over her failure to successfully prosecute his perceived political enemies and enforce his policy agenda. She also faced bipartisan backlash over her department's handling of the Epstein files. The DOJ missed a congressionally mandated December 19th deadline by months for the full release of the Epstein files. The law required redactions to protect victim identities, but left no room for redactions that protected the identities of powerful individuals. Bondi justified her department's failure to comply with the release deadline by saying that the department was working around the clock to ensure that victim identities were properly protected. But MS Now's review of the documents released by the DOJ found that despite Bondi's vow and sworn obligation to protect the identities of victims, the DOJ has produced troves of documents revealing the names and other identifying details of Epstein's known survivors. Survivors, as well as their legal teams and families, have since publicly condemned the botched redactions in a combative, hours-long hearing before the House Judiciary Committee in February. Bondi defended the DOJ's release of the files, but refused to stand to apologize to survivors sitting in the hearing audience. Those survivors had previously disclosed that documents released by the DOJ included their real names and, in some instances, nude images without adequate redaction. Meanwhile, the identities of powerful men remained largely shielded. So yeah, I essentially wanted to cover this just to show that the reason why this guy has been appointed isn't just because of the glaring, massive conflict of interest that occurs between them. No, that's not enough. Another reason why is because he's just willing to go along with the narrative. He's willing to go along with it. He's willing to go along with the idea that we should just move on, guys. Let's just go on past this little problem that we've got here. Never mind the fact that the Epstein saga, quote unquote, hasn't even been solved in the slightest. What a fucking miserable excuse of a goddamn government. Like, holy shit. Anyways, we are going to move on to our next segment here. And this is the beginning of our ICE segment. It's going to be a fairly short one. MAGA loves PDF files. Yes, indeed. It seems like an unfortunately large number of them at least support PDF files. And if they're not PDF files, like has been said many a time before, well, let's get them in front of a jury of their peers and find out whether or not they are, in fact, PDF files or not. I think that's pretty reasonable if you ask me, but hey, whatever. Anyways, I'm really glad that Restream, I will say, one thing about Restream that I appreciate is that didn't show up in the main YouTube chat. YouTube, censored that. But I was still able to pull it up over here and allow Doombased's comment to show up on the main screen. So that's pretty cool. I like that a lot. I like that feature. At least Restream gets a couple things right. Anyways, moving on to our ICE segment, we have got this first video here.
I will tell you this, brother.
What?
You know? I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my...
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious? You said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice?
Yes. I will tell you this, brother.
What?
You know? I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I just had to replay that for how absurd that is. I will say, for one little, half iota of credit, maybe give him, a little cornflakes worth of credit, he's not wearing a mask here, right? He's at least willing to show his face. So he's not a complete pussy bitch. But look at this doughy, lumpy, fucking idiotic excuse of a human being. Look at him. He probably fucking practiced this shit in front of the mirror for hours on end before coming on here. He practiced that shit for God knows how long before going out on his fucking everyday job and encountering somebody that fucking filmed him. What a joke. Hey, Peter. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Mr. Peter.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Is this thing working?
It's working now.
Yeah, see? I had it muted because I was also practicing for a while. Because earlier in the stream you had said, if there's someone around who wants to pop in and say hello, please do. And
yes.
So I thought, I'm going to pop in, say hello, and then pop out again. And then pop in again, say hello, and pop out again. And then pop in and say hello and pop out. And then I thought, well, that might not be... not what you meant, is it?
Not quite. Just but
curious.
It would have been a pretty funny liberal interpretation. It obeys the letter of the law. It doesn't obey the spirit of the law. Though.
I mean... You can't be a liberal anymore in these times, Aiden.
That's true.
I mean...
one political extreme or the other, Peter. Fascism or communism. Make your choice.
Did you? So, are you aware of an absolute POS called Pastor Greg Locke?
Yes, I'm going to cover him on my next show.
Oh, I had him on my show.
Oh, really?
Yes, and then we agreed to do a follow-up. which was kind of ruined by his daughter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that never happened because of his daughter. His daughter, bless her heart, decided to go visit her dad in church, and because there was no service, he would probably be in one of the church's rooms. So he ventured through the church, coming up to a room in the back that was kind of a recreational kind of room, you know?
Right.
And when she walked in, she looked at the back of the couch and heard strange noises, upon which she inquired to see what was on the front side of the couch.
Right.
Which was basically a confirmation of what she was taught in Sunday school, but slightly different.
Oh.
Yes. So do you know how you go to heaven, Aiden?
How's that, Peter?
With your legs in the air.
That doesn't sound very pleasant.
I learned this. No, I learned this from Greg Locke's daughter.
That doesn't sound very pleasant at all.
Well, she was asked this question in Sunday school not long after after the day that I'm just talking about right now. And the teacher says, "Do you know how do you go to heaven?" And she raised her hand and said, "I know, teacher." And the teacher said, "Bless your heart, girl. Tell us." And she said, "You go to heaven with your legs in the air." And the teacher said, "How ridiculous. How did you get to such a ridiculous idea?" And she said, "Well, the other day, I wanted to visit my dad in church." The whole thing that I just told you.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up on the couch, hearing strange noises. And so I went around the couch to see what was going on. And on the couch was my dad's secretary.
Oh, God.
With no clothes on and her legs in the air, yelling, "Oh, God, I'm coming." And she said, and we were so lucky that my dad was lying on top of her, otherwise she would have been a goner.
She said that. She said that.
Yeah.
What?
Well, it's not entirely the truth, but it is the truth that she found her dad.
Exaggerated story. Yeah. Upon a little bit of further investigation, there's a little bit of hot sauce being
upon further investigation. So the details are sketchy, but the truth in this story were that she did see her dad's secretary naked.
God.
And she may or may not have yelled, "Oh, God, I'm coming." But indeed, her dad, who also had no clothes on, was lying on top of her. God. So, yes, that happened. And thus, our second show never happened.
Such a traumatic memory of everything.
Yes.
Jeez. Wow.
Well, so leading up to the whole thing, this individual, Greg Locke, Pastor Greg Locke of January 6th fame, he tweeted, yesterday at 8:54 p.m., "Dear real Donald Trump, it was an honor to be with you and so many great leaders for the White House Holy Week luncheon. As a trusted faith leader with the Faith Office," which has their own Twitter account apparently at Faith Office. I can't speak.
And
okay, I feel a bit like Aiden.
It's
Linden.
3 syllables, Peter. It's 3 syllables,
Yeah.
Peter. Come on. Oh, it's like the other guy. Let me just try to pull out of this by making fun of the other guy that's here. Nice try.
Yes.
Nice try.
So, As a trusted faith leader with the faith office, I feel it is necessary to let you know that the use of such coarse language on the most celebratory day in all of Christianity is unacceptable. You are better than that. MAGA must walk a higher road. That's what he put on X, or Twitter, as I like to call it.
Damn.
So it's fine that Trump is doing things to little girls. It's fine that Trump is killing little girls in Iran. It's fine that he's supporting a genocide in Israel. It's fine that he's committing war crimes in both Israel and Iran, and supporting another world leader who is committing war crimes in Lebanon by flattening entire cities. But yeah, coarse language. That's
too far. That's a bridge
just
too far.
Going too far.
It is. It is.
In the country of free speech.
I'm glad you understand that.
Yes. Yeah, the country does have free speech, doesn't it?
Oh, allegedly. It allegedly has free speech, yeah.
Well, you wouldn't know. I have a question.
I may have an answer.
This has been puzzling me for quite a while. So the second to last comment in the chat.
Correct.
You read that out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is it said like that? Can you enlighten me?
It's said like that because there's two reasons. One, because I feel like if he would have put it the other way, it would have been censored even in restream chat. And the other one is because you're able to talk about people who are that on stream without getting the stream flagged on YouTube. Because there are a lot of terms on YouTube that are best not said, as far as basically getting memory.
I'm not sure if that's one of them.
I think it is.
No.
You sure about that?
So, I mean, if I'm doing a show on my channel, I use the original word. Nothing happens. Right. So
I mean, hey, maybe. It's not, maybe.
The thing is with YouTube, YouTube has a restriction on, I think, the first minute and a half of a show. You can't have any coarse language, as the great Pastor Locke says it, in the first minute and a half, and after that you can just get the fuck all over everyone, and nothing happens.
So my streams are good because I have my intro. I can just say whatever the hell I want after my intro because it's already more than a minute into the stream. Hell yeah!
I mean, so that was. I'm subscribed to what is it? YouTube creators, creative. I don't know. The guys from YouTube themselves, and they put out a video that you can literally say anything on a YouTube stream. It's not going to be censored anymore, except if it's things like the N-word. They're not fond of that because that is, that is racist, and that is a crime in some countries. Not all, but in some.
Yeah.
So
have you seen
those?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but otherwise, words and certain expletives, they don't have a problem with that.
Right. Well, anyways, before I move on to my next part of this.
Well, I want to, since we're on the whole free speech thing.
Sure.
I heard a little bit of speech from what is considered to be the smaller part of the United States, because this is a video that was taken on No King's Day.
Right.
You may recall that there are
Right.
people who are not fine with what is going on.
Right.
Yes. And the fact that I think the orange leader is still in power is due to the fact that I've lost trust in the entire United States by now. Maybe Big Bad Mama as an exception, but it is.
I mean, there's
Can
some
I show
Americans
you?
out there that are. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Can I show you?
Yeah.
You're gonna love this, by the way.
Isn't it a little bit homophobic that we're so focused on the Straits of Hormuz
Wait.
and not the gays of Hormuz?
hear anything.
I agree. Yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
Why do you think they're willing to leave the gays of Hormuz behind?
I think it's just
hold on.
historically, like, you know, gays have always been very discriminated against, which is wrong on so many levels.
Even in war.
Yeah, even in war, it just takes more reform in government, obviously, and then also educating society.
Just feel like if we're gonna go in there, we can't leave the gay people behind.
Right.
I don't think we should go in there at all, but if we're going to, the gays of Hormuz, we could turn it into Fire Island.
For sure.
It's a good fucking question. It's really a good question. What about the gays of Hormuz? We need to be reorienting our priorities, quite frankly. Even Doombase out here agrees. He's out here. He agrees.
These are supposed to be the smart ones.
No, Peter. Do you think that is a question that needs to be asked? Yes or no? Do you think the gays of Hormuz need to be prioritized? Yes or no?
I don't think the gays or the Straits of Hormuz need to be prioritized, because it is a proven fact that the Strait of Hormuz is entirely open, because China can get through, Portugal can get through, and there are several other countries who can just get through.
More propaganda coming
No
from
problem.
Europe.
Do you know who can't get through?
Who? Who's that? Patriots. Patriots can't get through.
United States of America.
Yeah,
If they have that flag,
Here.
then they can't get through.
You don't get that, though. You don't get that. You don't love your country. You hate your country, Peter. Every single time you wake up, you go, "Oh God, I hate where I live. This sucks."
I saw a tweet on the Twitter, which I hope is real, and that is that Qatar is now demanding to get its airplane back, which I would think would be fantastic if that were real.
That would be pretty fantastic. I agree. Alrighty. I have a couple more things that I got to play here, and then I am going to be heading out because I got to work pretty soon here. So I'm going to be playing my next.
Work is for suckers.
I know. It's so dumb.
I used to work until I figured out that, you know what? If you work, if you have a job, it's a whole lot of leisure time that's going to be eaten up by you going to work.
Mm-hmm. It is the case. It is the case.
Yeah,
And I mean,
so
time is the most important resource in life, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I do have to ask before I move on to my next part of my segment here. Did you see this? Did you see this segment that I
Yes.
You did? Okay.
Yes.
I just wonder how many times this guy rehearsed that in the mirror, you know? He just sat there in front of his mirror and rehearsed that for how many hours before he went on patrol.
Yeah, it was either this or "Do you feel lucky, punk?" Do you?
It's literally on that level. You're right.
Yeah.
All right.
Or maybe that was the follow-up to the follow-up of what he was saying there. Could be.
It could well be.
We don't know.
No, it could be. It's open to interpretation. I appreciate the fact. Still going. That's true, Achilles. You know what? I might even be willing to extend the show just a little bit if you would be willing to come on, Achilles. If you want to come join the panel, that would be pretty neat. And of course, we're still going, Achilles. We always have the long form shows. I always do a big giant one. It's an abundance of content.
I think. Okay, oh, he's here already. Oh, that was quick.
That was quite quick.
That was
Hey,
that was
How's it going?
very quick.
what are we burning down tonight?
I'm burning down the White House because I can.
I hate
Because
that.
I can.
That's the worst thing ever.
How dare you? How dare you, Peter?
But Achilles, the reason I wanted you to join is a tweet from a Christian leader.
Oh,
I just got it.
Very
I just got a screenshot.
Oh, everybody.
I'd like
Everybody
your
did.
opinion. I'd like your opinion about it because I'm pretty sure you and we would share similar opinions. But
Yeah, the thing.
there you go.
Oh, I thought it was the one, that everybody has a screenshot of, Dear
Yeah.
Donald Trump, dear real Donald Trump, it was an honor to be with you and so many great leaders for the White House. Greg Locke. That sounds a familiar name.
Oh, I've got stories to tell. Did you miss my the story of why he didn't come for a second show on my channel?
Yeah, no, I just got back. I left. Aiden knows when I left. It was like a couple of hours ago. Had to go out, and I just got back. I missed
But
everything.
we'll just read this, and I'm sure you can repeat it to him, maybe backstage or something like that, because we will get through.
Yeah, you
this.
can't tell a joke twice, Aiden, because it's
true.
It's
I'll
less,
check it
it's
out.
less funny.
Yeah, I'll
It's
check it
always
out.
less funny in the second. It's
Okay.
like Half-Life, you know.
It was an honor to be with you with so many great leaders for the White House Holy Week luncheon. As a trusted faith leader with a faith office, oh God, I faith office.
Secular country.
I feel it is necessary to let you know that the use of such coarse language in the most celebratory day in all of Christianity is unacceptable. You're better than that. MAGA must walk a higher road. Better than what? Than praise.
Yeah, praise Allah.
Well, in short, Achilles.
Okay, I remember who Greg Locke is. What an ass, dude.
Yeah, he was on my show, and he was supposed to come on for a second time, but in the week before, he was going to have a one-on-one with An Ra on my channel. And a day before that was supposed to happen, his daughter had the audacity to go visit him in church and then found him without any clothes on top of his personal secretary, who also didn't have any clothes on a couch in a room at the back of the church. And then he had to ship his wife out of the state to another state because
wait a minute. Did that happen?
She didn't
now? Because there was a scandal.
No, that happened years ago. So if you watch Greg Locke's streams, there is a woman who's helping him preach, and that is said,
because I knew about that scandal with his secretary. I knew that,
Yes.
so I was wondering if he did the same to the secretary with the new secretary. I was wondering. So no,
Yes.
it's the old scandal.
But-
okay, yeah.
but-
this
but-
guy's
so-
is a joke.
It was so he didn't violate any rules in the Bible according to him, because in order to have sex you have to be married, and both of them were at the time, just not to each other, but they were married.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that there are people like that out there, and we are
Mhm.
trying We people that are reborn, we have received a completely new heart. We're trying to talk to others about Christianity, and when they hear the word Christianity, they get faces like these guys on their heads, and it makes it hard. Makes the mission way harder.
Yes. Yes. So I do have a second channel, which is called Gonna Go For Some More. And on that channel, I have an interview with his ex-wife, which I listened to once. I can't listen to it again, but because it'll literally make me cry the way the woman was brainwashed and gaslit into believing that everything was her fault.
Okay, so
a friend of mine wanted to make a documentary about Greg Locke, and so I helped him out because after all of this happened, I was in touch with people who basically took in his ex-wife and were there for the whole gaslighting that followed in text on her phone. And I asked if it was possible for me to have those texts, because if in the slight possibility that he would come back on my channel, I wanted to confront him with that. So I got the entire exchange between him and his ex-wife, the text messages. I got screenshots of those. And so when my friend said, I'm going to make a documentary, I said, hey, I've got a whole lot of stuff that you might want to use.
I actually don't think you can use them legally. It's illegal.
Yes, because I have permission from his wife.
Okay.
Who was in a single consent state at the time.
So Peter, just so you know, and we gotta let Aiden continue with his segments. We should.
Well, hold on. I'm almost done. So I sent my friend those messages, and he makes great documentaries. You might know him from the best documentary ever made about Kent Hovind. It's called The Weakness of Kent Hovind.
Stephen Bullen.
It's made by a guy called McKinnon Mitchell, who got death threats at his house from followers of Pastor Greg Locke, that if he was going to continue with this documentary, they would know where to find his children.
Oh, awesome.
Yes.
Well, we have something in common, Peter, which is I've made, I wouldn't call it a documentary, but I've made a video about him a couple of years ago because of something he did. He treated another church in a very bad manner. And so we have that in common. We have focused on the same guy, made a video about him, and we love him. We love Trump too. We love this one too. I mean,
we love everybody around here, folks. We love them all.
Yeah, we have more in common than we thought, man.
I will read. Claude has said a few comments in the side chat.
It's Claude. I said that.
Shut up, Peter. Shut up.
No, yeah, I agree, and it's not just Kent that does. Everybody. Like so many, and I love what Aiden said earlier, very, very earlier. What will you say now, all you Republican Christians who are like, no, he's a Christian, who actually went out and said, praise Allah, during the Catholic Holy Week? Like, what will you say now? And BBM gave you a good answer. Like, you know, they'll find an excuse, dude. They'll excuse themselves. You'll be like, yeah, he didn't mean it, dude. He didn't mean it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Hello, Monsieur Bells.
Hello, that's a very good imitation of the Lupin.
I'm learning from Aiden, man. I'm learning.
I'm doing classes. I'm teaching. Yeah.
I can do a bit of Claude too. But not very good. But
it's better than Claude, actually.
Since Claude is here,
is between
Since Claude is
and
here,
Isabella.
I want to have this tiny nugget, especially for Claude.
Oh no.
Gay, sexual, and other men have had sex with me are 17 times more likely
Hold on.
to get oral
There's no-
cancer
oh,
than
there's no
heterosexual
sound,
men.
is there?
Ah, interesting.
Why is there no sound?
There was
sound. There was sound.
Well, oh, okay.
I heard. We all heard it. Don't worry.
And then I talked over it.
Oh dear.
So,
my bad.
by the way, Aiden, for me, as a Christian, it is worse that he made a deadline for Iran for 10 days.
Right.
And those 10 days happen to fall at the beginning of Orthodox Holy Week, right after the Catholic Holy Week, than saying praise Allah. The fact that he's about to bomb them back to Stone Age right inside the Holy Week of Easter, for me is 10 times worse. And this guy should be, I don't know, man.
It's one of those things where I just don't really see how people can reconcile it in their minds that on one hand he's this great guy that loves Jesus and he's God's anointed and he's all these wonderful things, and yet at the same time he's out here terrorizing this whole group of people. And as I pointed out earlier, you may need to go back and because you were out with people I heard, but there was a segment that I covered on the show that essentially states that the shipments of oil from the Strait of Hormuz are still arriving in America right now because of how slow the global oil shipment system works, because of how slowly those tankers travel. So it's not going to be until around mid-April when they actually run out of the oil coming from the strait. So when Trump constantly goes, you have these deadlines, you have this deadline for this time, it's actually him that has the deadline in order to get the strait opened before gas prices go shooting through the roof. So if anybody has a deadline here, it's him.
But unfortunately, people are so indoctrinated. They don't, no matter what he does, like, I think he's testing them. He's like, let's see how far I can push it.
Right.
And and for me, we also received a great lesson as a civilization these days when Congress said, wait up, we're going to vote against you. And they didn't. And then the Senate said, we're going to stop you. Wait until we get to vote. And they didn't. Right. So for me, that's even a greater lesson that what an ass a specific individual is, that he has all his war toys. And
yeah, it's an institutional level.
It's a whole thing. Yeah. And by the way, I saw recently an interview that he did in 1987, where he's talking about Iran and he would wish he had the power to take their oil. 1987, Trump. So yeah, it's definitely the nuclear, man. I've started making a video which I haven't finished. Actually, did you watch the previous one? It's no pressure. I'm just
the one that you sent me. Yeah, I watched the one that you sent me
with the Rage Against the Machine stuff.
Maybe you might have to resend that to me.
Okay, no. So I sent you a documentary from RT about.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad you watched that one. But I made a video on my channel about Great Israel and Trump and Netanyahu and some stuff like that.
Right.
So now I started making a new one, which I'm just gonna let you guys know what the intro says. It says that we are experiencing two bodies that have a propaganda machine in their hands, and they have a list of files that if they are out there, they're going to go to jail. So they are using a war machine for that not to happen. And for those that don't understand why I'm talking about two guys, I want you to go to odyssey.com or rumble.com and find the documentary called The Bibi Files. Bibi is going to go to jail. The reason he's not going to jail is because as long as he keeps the country at war, the jail cannot proceed because it's war times.
Right, so they just need to be perpetually at war, essentially.
Right. So he has done some stuff that every other party in Israel doesn't want to side with him at all. So he has sided with the far right that wants to expand Israel the way we know. That is the far right. So right now he has a far right government just because he doesn't want to go to jail.
Let's just 1 quick second, Achilles. Welcome, Big Bad Mama, to the show.
Hello,
How are
BB.
you doing today?
Good to see you.
Hey, BBM.
One of the things that you guys need to know about, and you have to go watch that documentary because Mossad is trying its best for you not to be able to find the documentary on YouTube. Because if you type on YouTube the Bibi Files, you're gonna get 20 different documentaries which are not the official one. The official Bibi Files documentary, it can only be found on Rumble and in Odyssey, and it is the interview of the police with Bibi. So it is official clips and the whole discussion and the interrogation of Bibi, his wife, his cleaner lady, his guards, and his government. And you're going to learn some stuff about him that are going to explain why we're seeing what we are. One of those, which blew my mind, Aiden, how much can you do if I give you $35 million per month?
I'd be I'd be able to embody whatever ideology you wanted me. No, I'm just joking. You'd be able to do quite a bit with $35 million a month, I imagine.
So that is the money that Bibi has been giving to Hamas through Qatar. 35 million a month to Hamas to keep the war going. And that happened before October 7, and it is what led to October 7. And you have to hear the Israelis talk about it, not me.
Well,
so
yeah, thank you.
Mind-blowing. The documentary is called The Bibi Files, and we have this guy here with his files, and they're just trying to stay out of jail.
Well, if you want to link that in the side chat, please feel free to do so. I think you're a mod, so you can feel free to do that. But
hey, Aiden.
Yeah, hey, Big Bad Mama.
Hey, BBM.
So, Trump's sending all these kind of apocalyptic messages, and a possibility is that he's kind of setting people up for a really bad scenario, and what he actually has planned is boots on the ground. And when that comes, people will see that some sort of a relief from the previous messages that he has sent promising apocalypse. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like almost if he turns up the temperature way higher than he actually intends to bring it, then the comparative one afterward would almost seem better. I could definitely see that as a possibility. I mean, given the fact that I think they've raised the conscription age to 45 or something like that, and they've removed marijuana exemptions from conscription to the United States military if the draft were to be reinstituted. So there's definitely some worrying signs that not only are they going to do boots on the ground, but they're going to start reintroducing the draft as well. And if that were to be the case, I think that would probably be something that would be done after the midterms. I think it would be political suicide for Trump to do that before the midterms, because it would just completely destroy any possibility that he has of rallying the support that he's looking for right now. So I think he is trying to escalate things, but I'm
just curious. I'm just curious.
Yeah. You're just so curious that you can't let me finish a statement, Peter. I understand.
Yeah, but you're talking about the draft. Didn't Trump already introduce the draft?
No, he
when he tore down part of the White House. There's a terrible draft now because
they're gonna get.
part of the
They're gonna.
building's
You know who
missing.
they are gonna draft though? They're gonna draft Andrew Wilson. That's who's gonna get drafted.
Also, hello, Big Bad Mama. I was worried when Achilles was talking. I was talking that he was talking about the Big Bad Files, and I thought, what's going on?
The PB file. The
BB files. Yeah, but I have been worried about you, Big Bad Mama. See, so we haven't seen any videos lately.
Yeah, what's going on? Did you turn Republican?
I make videos every day.
Where's the next
one? 10 videos today. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you finally see the light?
So don't do that. Don't do that, because if you release more than 3 videos a day, the notifications will stop.
Sure.
I have gotten a single notification from you for a very long time, and so I did some research.
Do I gear my channel toward you, or do I gear my channel toward the thousands of views?
No.
No. What I'm saying is, if people are subscribed to you,
this is the same line when I was talking with Peter earlier this week.
Listen,
he was like, "I'm going to help you out with. I'm going to help you out with your stream and get everything put together." And then he's like, "You need to change this, and you need to change that."
Yes, you do. We're going to have a talk. We're still going to have a talk about that. But no, but this is a real thing. You didn't know that if you put out more than 3 videos a day, then you won't get any notifications from that channel if they put out more than 3 videos?
I disagree with that, because I get notifications on my other accounts, no matter how many I release.
By the way,
I mean, they show up in my feed of my other accounts.
Yeah.
I honestly, I haven't had a notification from your channel in weeks.
Okay, well,
and so hold on, time out. I'm leading up to something. Shut up, everyone.
I'm deleting my channel.
I was.
Fuck you, Peter. You shut up.
Is this the first news of the day?
Are we getting off the topic here?
Yeah, we are. We're getting severely off the topic. Okay. Peter, we're moving on to something else.
Yes, don't.
Yes, Aiden, give me a minute.
No.
A minute.
No,
Peter,
no,
just a minute.
No. Peter, no.
Because
no. All right. No.
By the way, link is in the chat, the public chat.
This is Aiden.
Peter,
do me this favor.
Yes,
Please.
Peter. What's up? What's up, Peter? What's up?
Please do me this favor.
Up?
Peter, email me something about that.
No. This has to be on Aiden's channel because everyone will love it. And I thought that it was because of you that we didn't see any videos anymore. But then I found out it was actually Hovind, and the tech guy who's running his shit. What's his name?
Joseph.
Joseph. Yeah. So he actually had AI and he put it to music. And so this one, Big Bad Mama, is entirely for you.
Okay.
Hold on.
Housekeeping genes. I'm not prepared for that. The evolution theory. I'm not prepared for that. We have inserted DNA code from an ERV. I'm not prepared for that. Radiometric dating. I'm not prepared for that. Emission of ring species. I'm not prepared for that.
I'm not
prepared for that.
Prepared for that.
I don't think
that
he
was
prepared
pretty
for
well
that.
done, Peter. I like that.
It was pretty well done.
That's not heard me, son. I said.
That's
I'm not
funny.
prepared
I
for
can
that.
do this all day long, you know.
Yeah, well, you know.
That's
I
what
can
we're
also-
afraid of.
Because you know what? I am prepared for that.
I bet you are.
I love how when he came back, Kent was saying, "You didn't hear me, son."
That's a good point. That's a good point.
As I
Some
said,
jokes write
I was
themselves,
prepared for
yeah.
that.
Some jokes write themselves.
All right, segment. Let's go. Go.
Yeah, yes, please. Oh my
sake.
gosh, please. All right, so the next segment. By the way, I don't know who's got background noise right now, but this is our next segment. Yeah, woo! U.S. soldier trying to halt wife's deportation after she was detained on Louisiana military base. Let's take a look at the land of the free, the home of the brave, and how it takes care of its own. You know, the people out there that are trying to make the ultimate sacrifice for this country.
Aiden, can you hear me or am I
Yes,
muted?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. As we saw with the pilot that fell in Iran these days, the U.S. never leaves its soldiers behind unless they are retired and back in the U.S.
Yeah.
That's when it does.
That's the second that they start abandoning them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And I mean, even in this one, it's
I'm
even
not
more
prepared
because-
for that. Hoping later.
I'm going to throw you out, Peter. I'm going to throw you out of the room. I'm going to do it. God damn it, man.
Yeah, this needs to be an audio in our rooms.
He's got the drops, dude. He's got
I'm
the
not
drops.
prepared for that.
I'm not prepared for that.
This has
All
to
right.
be around.
It's gonna be stuck in my head for the rest of the day. All right, New Orleans. A U.S. Army staff sergeant is trying to halt his wife's deportation after she was detained inside a Louisiana military base where the couple was planning to live together just days after their wedding. The effort to remove the soldier's wife, who was born in Honduras and remained in a federal immigration detention center Monday, has drawn backlash from military family advocates who called the detention demoralizing in a time of war and warned that deporting spouses could undermine recruitment. Of course,
I'm
that's
not
the main
prepared for that.
concern.
Hoping later.
Strike two, Peter. Strike two. Strike two. Look, peanut gallery out there. All right. You guys aren't helping. You're enabling him right now. And I'm not helping either because it is in fact pretty fucking funny. God damn it. Peter, you never mind.
Yes.
Never mind.
Well,
Steps
go
are
on,
no,
say it.
no.
I'm prepared for that.
You're not. You're not
Strike
prepared. Staff Sergeant Matthew Blank said that he brought his wife, Annie Ramos, 22, to his base in Fort Polk, Louisiana, last Thursday so that she could begin the process to receive military benefits and take steps toward a green card. The couple married in March. Federal immigration agents detained Ramos as part of the Trump administration's mass deportation agenda, which legal experts say has dispensed with the United States Department of Homeland Security's practice of leniency towards families of military members. Quote, I never imagined that trying to do the right thing would lead to her being taken away from me, said Blank, 23, in a statement to the Associated Press. What was supposed to be the happiest week of our lives has turned into one of the hardest. So yeah, this guy's life has essentially been ruined. This woman's life has been ruined. Even if everything gets rectified for them and they actually get justice for this, their lives as they knew it.
We need a new Rambo movie, dude.
I mean, I don't
released, by the way.
Oh, she has been released? That's good.
Yeah,
I'm
as
glad to
of
hear
maybe
that.
an hour ago.
I'm glad to hear that. But
Yeah.
like I said before,
You heard it
her
here
life
first.
as she knew it is just
I hear ya.
over, and now she's got to deal with the trauma of having gone
Right.
through all of this right after her wedding is going to forever be tainted by this event. And that's such a tragic thing to have happen to anybody, let alone somebody that's the wife of somebody who's serving the country.
She had
Right.
MS3 tattoo. MS3.
More prepared for that. Ramos entered the U.S. in 2005 when she was younger than 2 years old. That same year, her family failed to appear for an immigration hearing, leading a judge to issue a final order for removal, according to DHS. Quote, she has no legal status to be in this country, DHS said in an emailed statement. This administration is not going to ignore the rule of law. Well, then why'd you release her then? If that's really true, and what you're saying is that this is somehow upholding the rule of law, then I guess by your own admission, you just violate. Not that I'm somehow against you releasing her. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy of taking that stance, only to walk it back. In 2020, sorry, go ahead.
Help me
Kels.
out here. Wasn't she married to an American?
She was, yeah, and she
Why
was
did-
starting to she was starting to go down the process of acquiring a green card, but because she tried to get it through legitimate means, she was like she was put into a system, not because specifically she was doing it for legitimate means, but it was just easier to target her because she was giving all of her information away willingly that identified her as an immigrant outside of the United States.
Right, because yeah, that's who we promised we're gonna go after. Those that are taking the legal route, right?
Right. Those people
Right.
that are trying to come here and have a better life through the legal system, that are trying to contribute to the country. Those are the people that need to be gone after for sure.
Whatever happened to come through the door, not through the window? Whatever happened to that?
It's pretty good.
It's so sad, man.
No, it's fucked
It
up.
would be funny if it wasn't that sad.
It's fucked up, undeniably. In 2020, Ramos applied to receive a deferred action for childhood arrivals, also known as DACA, but her husband says that her application has remained in limbo amid legal fights to end the Obama-era program. Last April...
She went for DACA, but she got the MAGA.
That's right, she got the MAGA instead, that's right. God.
I'm sorry, couldn't help myself.
That's some Tuesday morning radio zoo crew level commentary right there. She tried to get the DACA, but she got the MAGA. Boom. Play some zany sound effects over it. Last April, DHS eliminated a 2022 policy that considered military service of an immediate family member to be a significant mitigating factor in deciding whether or not to pursue immigration enforcement. The administration's new policy states that military service alone does not exempt aliens from the consequences of violating U.S. immigration law. Prior to the Trump administration's mass deportation push, DHS generally allowed the spouses of active duty military members to gain legal status through policies like parole in place and deferred action that military recruiters promote, according to Margaret Stock, a military immigration law expert. So yeah, this is literally something that's promoted by recruiters as something that is done. And don't get me wrong, do military recruiters have the best reputation for honesty? No. But this is just yet another thing now that has just been walked back on for people that are supposed to sign up for this country's service. In a time where they're trying to get more numbers, they're trying to bolster their numbers up more than ever before. I'm sure this is going to get people pouring into the recruitment office and not encourage the draft to have to be brought out when nobody wants to sign up to go and die in some fucking shithole that they don't care about, you know? Because go ahead.
Even those that are claiming that, and they're saying that if you went through the legal route, which we see from this example, that that doesn't work either with those thugs. But even those that claim so, they have no idea what the illegal route is and what it looks like and why people are forced to take it. They have no idea of the dramas that families have gone through to make it through the border from where they were, and what do they have to walk through the whole jungle.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
don't.
even people, even first generation or sorry, second generation immigrants, people who, whose parents came here to about communism. You know, even they are right now trying to actively undermine the system that allowed their family to come here and seek refuge to begin with. Because they got theirs, so who cares, right? Their family got to be safe. Their family got to be sheltered from the horrible conditions that were going on under Castro's regime in Cuba. So it's perfectly fine that those other people don't get theirs. Like, it's just so messed up, man. It's
Yeah,
so
and then we go
self-centered, narcissistic.
and then we go to the moon, and I'll grant you that we do, all right? And we call that ship integrity. Like, why use that name? I mean, we haven't stayed true to the values that we supposedly represent, and yet we create a spaceship and we call it integrity. Call it hypocrisy. How's that?
Well, I will say now that you're here, in regards
No,
to what
no,
you said earlier.
no,
Okay.
no. I granted you that we did. All
No, no,
right.
no, no, no,
All
no,
right.
not even that, not even
Okay.
that.
Okay.
But like the priority is what I wanted to talk to you about
Oh,
because
okay.
I think that, and me and Big Bad Mama have had some conversations about this as well. I think that there's a lot. The idea that we need to focus on either humanity or space is kind of a faulty, it's like a false dichotomy in my mind because focusing on space does help humanity. Focusing on space does
How does
materially
this
benefit
mission
people
help
on Earth.
us?
Well, this mission starts to lay the groundwork for Artemis 3. Artemis 3 is going to be us actually going back to the moon. And if we're able to find suitable conditions, we would hopefully be able to establish some sort of, at first, semi permanent, but then later permanent sort of base on the moon. Now, not on the surface because of how heavily cratered it is. Yeah, allegedly. How heavily cratered the surface is and how many asteroid impacts it takes. You don't want to inhabit the surface, but there are several channels that have been created through ancient lava flows on the lunar surface that Artemis 3 is supposedly going to go and take a look at and kind of scout out to see whether or not they would be suitable for habitation for a lunar base. And a lunar base is where you actually start to get some kind of infrastructure out in space. And it's there that you start getting a reduction in the cost to get people up there. Because right now, the cost to get people out to the moon is massive. When you have to build everything on Earth, you have to assemble it on Earth, and you have to launch it from Earth, which is the most difficult planet in the inner solar system. It'd literally be easier to launch a ship from any other planet except for the gas giants than Earth. It's really shitty to launch stuff from it. But if you have stuff out in space, just let me finish. If you have stuff built up in space to be able to build all this infrastructure, some sort of factory-esque scenario. And when I say factory, people think of like people working an assembly line or something like that. No, I mean something like what they have in Korea or Japan or China, a robotic automated facility in space to be able to create these machines. The cost goes down exponentially, and our ability to be able to exploit the resources out in space increases exponentially. So it's essentially a pioneer-esque groundwork for future habitation of the moon, Big Bad Mama.
So, yeah, go ahead, Achilles, and then I want to say something.
I think that what I am about to say is gonna take this to a new dimension. So let me give you the floor first.
Okay.
Yeah,
So Aiden, your first dichotomy, which you called a false dichotomy, was what?
Was that we either need to focus on human affairs or we need to focus on affairs out in space.
Okay, so I don't think that dichotomy is correct, for one thing, because we're talking about the entire biodiversity on Earth, not just humanity. And so when you say spend the resources just on humans, you're missing the fact that these resources could be put back into saving biodiversity, protecting ecosystems, and that kind of thing. So it's not just about humanity. And the other point I would make is who's paying for these things that you're saying are going to cost a lot at the beginning and then are still going to cost a lot, but they're going to cost less and less as time goes by.
Well, that upfront cost would be perpetrated by whichever country wants to get those resources. The first country that begins exploiting those resources up in space, which are astronomical, the amount of gold and platinum that we've found in some of these asteroids that are close to the Earth, let alone the moon, dwarf the reserves that we have here on Earth.
We haven't
and that goes.
I mean, there are spectrographies that show that there is something like that there, but we're not sure. We haven't seen the thing.
There'd be no. Well, yeah, but by seeing it, yeah, we haven't sent somebody up there to go and take a sample.
I say that because I promise you, if they saw one asteroid that was made of gold or oil, we would be on Mars right now.
No, but Achilles, they do know for a fact that based on the fact that they've taken samples from the moon and have shown that even from the lunar regolith that makes up the top layers of the lunar surface, it is remarkably similar to the makeup of surfaces on Earth. And that's because, from what our understanding is, and you may disagree, but the scientific consensus right now is that the Earth and the moon were originally there was a massive impact that ended up creating the moon as a part of the Earth. So they're essentially near identical in terms of makeup. So all the gold, all the platinum, all the nickel, all the iron, all these resources that we have in the ground on Earth that we cannot get at without harming the environment, which is something that goes back to what Big Bad Mama was saying. We could be spending these resources on protecting the environment. Well, this does help to protect the environment. Because if we start exploiting resources on the moon, and we just start strip mining the moon for all the resources there, then we don't have to strip mine it on Earth, because there's no way we can exploit those resources on Earth without damaging the environment around them. There's no ethical way to mine on planet Earth. But there is an ethical way to mine on the moon.
But Aiden, the reason I was interrupting what you were saying is the same with what I'm gonna respond to right now on this, is that I'm 45 years old, and the theory of what could be has been on my mouth, not yours, my mouth, for at least 20 years. It's only later that you start realizing that, yeah, but if it was that way, maybe we should have started already. Because if it takes us 50 years to go back and not even land, because we destroyed that technology and we can't make it anymore,
But I need to say something really quick. How are we ever going to get there with naysayers like you, though, Achilles? And I say that in the nicest way possible. I say that in the nicest way possible. But how can we get there with naysayers like you saying that this isn't real and saying that we don't need to do it and that it's a waste of time?
Forget the fact that if it's real or not. Let's not even go there.
Sure.
I'm just putting down the mathematics of taking 50 years to even go back. When do you think you're going to see a moon base? You think this world, the way we just bumped the shit out of every oil refinery and all that stuff and filled the atmosphere with so much stuff, and it's raining oil in countries. It's literally raining oil.
I know, I've covered it.
Has time for another 200 years to build the base?
It doesn't need to take that long, though. The reason why it's taken this long is because the will to be able to execute such projects hasn't been there, because people have been endlessly focusing on human affairs, because there's this idea that if, and as Big Bad Mama put it earlier, well, who's going to pay for it, right? Who's going to foot the bill for all of this? Well, the thing is, just 1 second, just 1 second. It's a similar question to who's going to foot the bill for the California gold rush, because it's not just going to be one person. It's not going to be one company. It's going to be a myriad of different organizations, including the taxpayers, but also private equity is going to be going into that as well. A lot of private equity is going to be going into that, just like it did for the gold rush.
Do you think that right now we're at some sort of a tipping point when it comes to climate change? Peter,
I'm not prepared for that.
Do you think we're at some sort of Peter?
Go ahead.
Aiden, do you think we're at some sort of a tipping point when it comes to the environment right now?
I would say that, yeah, we are on a tipping point when it comes to the environment. Yeah.
And so then, even if we are,
wait a minute. Well, how could we possibly then pay for something like that without it affecting? Now, I'm not saying that we're protecting the environment now, because I don't think we are. You know, as Achilles pointed out, you know, we're bombing and we're just it's all about oil production and everything. But
right.
Shouldn't it be something that we stabilize the planet to a certain extent before we start something like that?
So,
you know, BBM, what they're saying about this is that that's why we're doing it. We're doing it for survival, and they have prepared our brains with movies like.
I wouldn't even have to make that argument.
Well, Aiden's not making that argument, I don't think, though.
Okay, no, I'm just adding that they are also.
I've heard that argument, though, Achilles. Yeah, I've definitely heard that argument, and I don't agree with that argument.
Me neither.
I mean, we don't even know whether or not the human body is capable of living in those kind of environmental conditions for decades at a time. So I don't even think the idea that that's going to be some sort of bastion of humanity if the world got destroyed is really something that holds a lot of water as far as being just factually accurate. It's just speculation. But anyways, as far as what you're talking about, Big Bad Mama, if the majority of resources that humanity was had access to right now, which is an astronomical amount of resources that we have right now on this planet, if the majority, or even a large amount, an amount that was even in the double digits of percentages, was being dedicated. I got a lot of background noise coming from somebody. Can people mute up, please?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Peter.
Because I'm getting a message, connection lost, reconnecting, and I've had that for about 10 minutes now.
No, you're good.
Which is weird.
But yeah, can you just mute up while you're not talking, please? Just because I've got some background coming from a few people. But where was I? So
Canada.
Yeah, that's true. But the resources that humanity has access to, if we had a significant amount of those resources going toward environmentalism and toward protection of the environment, then I could see your argument for, well, if we spend resources on expanding human interests in space, then we're taking away from resources given toward the environment. But I disagree with that. I think that there are so many resources that are getting spent needlessly on other endeavors that the amount that can be taken from those endeavors can be applied not just to environmental concerns, but also to concerns like this for the reasons that I cited earlier. Because like I said, if we started exploiting other resources, we wouldn't have to rely on the resources we have right here nearly as heavily. The only resources that we need to get from Earth are resources that are exclusive to Earth, like wood. That is going to be one that we're going to have to rely on down here. But when it comes to water, we can get that from the moon. There's reserves of water on the moon. There's reserves of oxygen. There's reserves which we can get from that water.
But Aiden,
go ahead.
If we don't change the way we do things here, what promises you that we will be completely different when we go up there, wherever it is?
It's not even necessarily that I think we're going to be completely different. I imagine that if we do go to space, that it is going to massively enrich the 1%, and that is going to empower them to do a whole bunch of crazy stuff. But you know what? One of the other guaranteed outcomes that I know is the case is that it will take some of that burden off of the Earth by the very nature of us looking elsewhere to exploit those resources.
Yeah, but this goes so far in the future that I think that we are.
But it doesn't have to be, though, Achilles. Like you're saying that like it's got to be centuries in the future, but it doesn't have to be.
Let me tell you why. Let me give you a little bit of my perspective, and I'm respecting you and others who don't see the same stuff that I do. Let's say about some stuff being fake and all that. I'm not even bringing that in. Let me give you the perspective of somebody that was growing up in hope. In 1990s, we started recycling, and then computers came along, and we started also recycling computers. And then in 2005, we discovered, and I say 5 because that is the year that I personally watched a documentary about the recycling of computers. So we give our computers and our electronics to some companies that are saying, don't worry, we got this. So they're taking all the parts, they're shipping them using oil from every part of the world to Chicago, where that company is. And when they make it to the port in the US, it doesn't actually make it to Chicago. They move the containers from the ships to Chinese ships, and they are pushing them towards the third world countries, where India, Africa, China have mountains of electronics, where child labor is melting them to take the gold out of them, and what remains goes either in the atmosphere or in rivers. And it has destroyed the water of India, China, and we're trying to stop it, and we can't. And then we're like, we have a new idea. The new idea is we're gonna make wind turbines. The wind turbines, they kill all the birds because they don't understand and they die. And then when they break down, we have nothing to do with them. So what we do is we dig huge holes and we pile them together, and we dug them into the ground, dump them and bury them into the ground. So now there, nothing can grow. But to put them in place, we need to burn your forest, which used to create oxygen, but now it blocks the air, so we don't need that. And we also have another new idea, which is solar panels, which every 4 years they need to be replaced, and they are not recyclable material. So now we have mountains of computer parts, we have mountains of solar panels, we have holes with hundreds of thousands of wind turbines,
right?
Killing the birds.
I understand the point you're making. Yes.
And we have so many companies just making money out of that, and that money is not coming back to you, it's not coming back to me, and it's not going back to the environment.
But how is that pertinent to what I'm saying to you right now, though?
How do you think that is going to change? And because we're going to make it to, let's say, an asteroid that is going to give us a lot of gold, that gold is not going to go to the pocket of those companies, and they don't give a shit about the environment at all.
That's a good point, though. Aiden, because
let
so
me
basically
expound on that.
well, let me just sum it up, because how are you going to change the mindset? The oligarchs are not going to be in power anymore. The oligarchs are going to be the ones that are making the money from your proposal. It's not going to be the poor people. It's not going to be the animals and the plants. Go ahead.
Well, the idea that I had was primarily focused on the idea that we need to take the strain off of the earth, because we were focused on environmentalism, not necessarily social welfare. I mean, we could talk about social welfare, that's perfectly fine. But just to focus, and I will get to it, but just to focus on the environmental aspect of things just really quickly. The impact that shifting those things away from the earth would not be large in the beginning, but it would grow massively because the infrastructural capacity that we would have out there would also grow. Oh, her flesh.
Yeah, as you're talking, I just want to show you like a couple of stuff that I have around here.
Oh, and hello, Mr. Dean. Welcome to the show. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I kind of fell off my train of thought. But to focus on the social welfare aspect of things, there were oligarchs and there were elites before the Industrial Revolution. There are oligarchs and there are elites now. The paradigm of the Industrial Revolution was so fundamentally shifting because the Industrial Revolution gave us access to a supply of resources that was never available to us before. We never had the ability to manufacture and produce the amount of things that we did prior to things like the cotton gin being invented. So while the elites did profit massively, massively disproportionately compared to any other group within society, every single group of society did materially benefit from the advances of the Industrial Revolution. We went from people living in a standard of living where they had no electricity, they had no luxuries whatsoever beyond what they perhaps had immediately given to them or passed down to them from somebody else, or what they could make of themselves of their own limited free time. You know, we live in a standard of living that is completely uncomparable to people even just 100 years ago, and that's due to the material wealth that humanity has produced for itself. And I think that the same would be true of this age that's being referred to as well. Would there be oligarchs? Would there be elites who had wealth that is unimaginable? Absolutely. There would be trillionaires. There maybe even be quadrillionaires in that reality. But I think that the standard of living that the average person would be able to have access to would also markedly improve as a result of that increased access to resources. And I think that the historical precedent bears that out.
Who do you think made the most money at the California gold rush?
Oh, the people who made the most money
Mercantile.
would have been, like the corporations that would have established, or not corporations, but they would have been companies that established themselves within those areas.
Well, turns out it is the companies that made axes.
Yeah, that sold them supplies. Those are the people that made out.
Right? It's not the actual gold. It was the companies that were selling the stuff needed for people to go out there and get the gold. So that tells us as a civilization that there will always be something to get the masses to do something, and some corporations profiting from that something.
Oh, I agree that there's going to be. Yeah, sorry, Dean, go ahead.
I think Big Bad Mama wanted to say something. I want to hear what Big Bad Mama has to say first, and then I can go second if that's okay.
No, go ahead, Odie. Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, Aiden, right?
Uh-oh.
You don't see me talking shit to you in the chat? Shall I read what I wrote in the chat to you, sir?
Uh-oh. All right, let's hear it.
Aiden spreading the space first gospel, laughing out loud.
That's true. I mean, that's sir. That
Yeah.
is a myopic representation.
I ain't done yet, buddy. Finding extra resources in space won't help poor or starving people. Trickle down space won't help poor and starving people.
Right. So trickle down economics isn't what caused the average person to become more wealthy as the Industrial Revolution happened, right? That's not what caused the average person. You know what? Fuck you, Dean, because I'm trying to respond to you seriously while you're trolling out here in the side chat. It's working. And I'm literally realizing in real time that it's working, and you suck.
I got one more for you, bro. You ready for this one?
Yeah, what do you got? Hit me with it.
Aiden is the President Reagan of space.
All right. Dean, it was nice having you here, buddy. It was nice having you here. Anyways, have a good
it's
no,
wonderful. Okay.
So
I'm not prepared for that.
Let me sum up my view, which I'm sticking to my non-conspiratory view. I'll leave that for when you ask for it, right? But in the rational non-conspiratory view, it is very striking to me that the last time we went there was when the people were waking up to what is going on with the Vietnam War. And then we had to wait 50 years for something as big to start happening, to pull people's attention again and say, no, don't worry about that. Don't worry, let's just look there.
I mean, to be fair, they've been planning Artemis for a while, though.
I have been making videos on Artemis, Aiden, before we met.
Yeah, they've been planning this for a long time.
Did you know that there is an island on Greece that I'm not allowed to step on after dark? And I'm not allowed to die there. And a woman is not allowed to give birth on that island.
Is it Lesbos?
No, but I think you are going to this. But yeah, not many people know.
I had to do it.
Not many people know where the name lesbian is coming from. So it's always good to me to find somebody that does. So there is an island in Greece, which is the birthplace of Apollo and Artemis. And even today, where we're supposedly a Christian nation, a woman is not allowed to give birth on the island that gave birth to Artemis and Apollo because it's blasphemy towards them. It's the island that the Ottomans were given an order to not step foot on because it would be, they took over the rest of the country, but not, oh man, what's the name there? My brain.
Delos.
Delos, thank you. Thank you. Oh man, BBM, I'm applauding.
I looked it up.
Yeah, Delos Island, and it's outside Mykonos. So the reason I'm telling you all that, by the way, no, I'll repeat it. You're not allowed to die. Like if you feel like dying, hold it. We're gonna take you out of there.
Just wait 1 sec. Wait 1 sec. Just get you a few kilometers offshore.
Yeah. So on that island, NASA came and did a ritual before they started the Artemis mission.
Beast. What? Sorry.
And they waited for the sun to go down because they wanted to be specific. If the sun was up, Apollo could have thought that it was for him. But because Artemis is his sister and it's the moon, they waited until sunset to start the show. And it was a symphony with violins, with pianos, with everything. So
oh my God, how evil.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's evil. I know it's pagan, dude. I know that it's pagan. And as a Christian, I don't like it. But you, as an atheist and somebody who is science oriented, you should start asking, why do they give these names? Why do we have the name Apollo for all the missions and then the name Artemis for the next missions?
I mean, if anything, I think they should have switched it around. I think Artemis should have been the name of the first missions to the moon, and then Apollo. I think it would have made more sense. But anyways, I think that the naming conventions for those things is simply like NASA as an organization takes motifs from other things of our culture, just like how the Americans took motifs of the Romans and the
I
Greeks
thought
when
that
they made.
too.
Hold on, let me
The
finish,
only
please.
reason I'm interrupting you is because you are talking to a person that knows what you're saying. And now, if you want the viewers to also understand well, yes, go ahead. But if you want the response, I have it already.
I mean, I feel like you're not.
My response is real quick. My response is real quick, and it is that I thought so too. And then one day they discovered this rock in space, and they called it Eris. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why do you call a planet a rock that kicked out Pluto out of existence, which we had for friggin' hundreds of years? You started, if not millennium, you started, no, not millennium. We discovered it with telescopes. So why do you call that rock in space the goddess of discord and chaos?
I mean, why did Galileo call the Galilean moons the way that he did? Even though he lived in an ostensibly no, but this is
I'm talking about NASA.
but I bring this up, Achilles, because there's a long-standing tradition in the astronomical community to give deference to those things.
That's why I'm only referring to NASA. I'm not saying this was wrong from the beginning.
But Achilles, that's what I'm saying. When they call Artemis, it's for the same reason why Galileo saw the closest moon to Jupiter and called it Io. And then looked at the next one and called it Europa, and then looked at the next one and called it Ganymede, and then the next one and called it Callisto.
Yeah, you understand why?
That in the same vein, in the same tradition, for why they're calling Artemis Artemis.
Those four had something to do with Zeus, with Jupiter. All right. Why call the ninth planet of the solar system, the new ninth planet? Call it the goddess of discord and chaos. This is not Galileo. This is NASA that did that. It's NASA that called it Apollo, the mission. It's NASA that calls it Artemis. And it's those two children that Zeus forbid the whole earth to give birth to, and only Velos accepted their birth, and they became murderous gods. They are the gods that would kill for spite. Artemis and Apollo. So I have more about the whole pagan stuff with Apollo. He's my favorite thing to attack, but they're not so scientific. And it looks to me like, since if you go back to Hebrew, NASA means to deceive. I believe in a Satan that is deceiving you all.
I think you're looking into symbology that isn't there.
Yeah, but when it's too much, where we have a saying, I think you have it there too, which says, wherever there is a lot of smoke, there's probably some fire.
Yeah, but every single time it doesn't align to your narrative, you just dismiss it. Yeah, every single time that there's something that doesn't align with that.
I mean, they name these things after gods. I mean, there's not a great conspiracy why they call it Woden's Day and Thor's Day, is it?
Oh, well, I see one there too. I see one there too.
No, Achilles, there's not a grand conspiracy for why.
You left out Freya's Day, BBM.
It's called cultural dissemination. It's called cultural dissemination. There are other cultures that lend things to us.
No, we're not lending them. We want some money, bitch.
Yeah.
First off.
Yeah. They managed to develop never before seen imagery for the Voyager program in 1977 that was never used for any other program before or since because they just needed the money. It's not like that would be extremely costly in of itself. It's not like launching the Titan Centaur rocket, one of the most expensive rockets that you can possibly launch. It would be a huge waste of money for a program that's allegedly there to make money.
Anyway,
also, all of you are wrong. All of you are wrong. No, hold on.
Yeah.
All of you are wrong because I happen to be part of the panel of the live show that discovered Artemis, and the whole thing. I've been hearing this all week. Artemis is going to the moon. Artemis is going to the moon. If he doesn't bring me back a moon rock, he's not going to be my co-host on my channel any longer. So if he's watching Artemis brain sample, you better bring me back something nice.
You should.
And we'll
Otherwise,
have,
you're in big trouble.
Since you mentioned that, we had some things like the US deciding to take the moon rocks and cut them into little pieces and send them to all the other countries. And then the other countries, they took them to their labs and they realized it wasn't a moon rock, it was a petrified wood.
Where was this? Where was this?
Yeah, just look it up. Just look it up. Google it. So it's either that somebody didn't have enough to send, it was during the Reagan's administration. It is either that Reagan didn't have enough moon rocks to send it to all the other countries, or they never had a moon rock.
So why do we have moon rocks that actually display microcratering that would be impossible to replicate in laboratory conditions on Earth? Why is it that we have
the moon rock was gifted to the Dutch Prime Minister in 1969 by the U.S. ambassador, and it was discovered to be a piece of petrified wood. It likely originated from a private gift, not directly from NASA.
And it's not the only one. I looked it up too, and that's the first one.
We've talked about this before. I remember us talking about this
before,
on a previous stream.
Yeah, but again, now this takes us into the realm of, oh no, they're lying. Okay, let's not go there. Let's not go there. I'm just sticking to the math. The math don't check out. Like
no, but it does. I literally just talked to you.
You can't have your home planet. You can't have your home planet being destroyed and right at the tipping point, giving absolutely no F about it, no F, like starting bombing oil refineries, and then saying that we're doing this for us. I just think the whole thing happened right now to be a diversion.
So I have a question for everybody here, but if I had to direct it to one person, Big Bad Mama, because he directed a pretty similar question to me, at what stage, if indeed now is not the time, we're at this critical stage where we should just divert all these resources elsewhere and not focus on space exploration or expanding human resources.
When CO2 levels have stabilized in the atmosphere, for one thing.
Okay, so the second that they start unstabilizing, we should cancel it then?
Yes.
I think that's a ridiculous standard.
And also, well, I mean, you're talking about getting this huge global effort together at a time when we're at a tipping point in climate change. And so I don't think my point is a bad one.
It doesn't need to be global. It literally could be done by there's not a singular company that has the equity required to be able to accomplish something.
No, it's going to be the government, and it's going to be the U.S. government.
I think that they're going to be one of the primary proponents of it, but the U.S. government also has plenty to gain out of that venture as well. Like, people think about exploring space as just like exploration for exploration's sake, and that's not the main reason why we're going back to the moon. We're going back to the moon because we realize that that's literally loaded to the brim with stuff that we could take advantage of and use for ourselves.
Are you sure we're not going back to the moon just to make money for the companies that are involved in the space corporations?
I mean, like, well, what do you mean by just to make money for those corporations? Like,
well, it's like a lot of the defense budget is geared toward contracts to weapons manufacturers and people that directly make profit through the war effort. So there are companies that make money through the space program as well.
Yeah, there are companies that make money through the space program. Do you not think that there would be companies that would stand to gain financially through environmental aid and through assisting the planet as well? Do you not think that there wouldn't be corporations lining up left, right, and center to say, I'm going to be the one to clean up the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, guys? Like, there's obviously going to be special interest groups for either one of these cases. I
Why
don't
not
think that
start there, though?
environmentalism is absent of that.
Why not start there? Why won't those, like, some company, like, have you seen any benevolence from oligarch owned companies on the world? Have you
The
seen people
primary
saying,
reason for that not being the case is because there's not a financial incentive for them to do that right now.
so you're saying that the reason we are going to make it is the financial incentive that they have, which is like gold and all that stuff, platinum, or that they will find there,
I'm
right?
saying that unfortunately there is more of a financial incentive for a corporation to establish a base on the moon than there is for a corporation to clean up the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. That's just unfortunately true.
All right, yes. And my
Well, I'm talking
response
about
to that
governments
is,
doing that as opposed to corporations.
and my
It's the
my
same for the
response
government as well.
and my response to this is F the moon. I don't give a
Yeah,
shit about
that's kind of my viewpoint actually too.
like right now. I see in 20 from 2022 to 2026, I see so many tragic things that I didn't think that my eyes would even observe. Like when people's whole house got demolished, like their whole town got demolished. They take all that rumble and they take it to big piles of rumble where the children of other families need to go through the rumble to find like some cables that they can sell for $2 and they can eat and they can feed
Right,
their
but I care
family.
about all of that as well, though. I
I
care.
know you do. I know you do. But when I see all that stuff happening from the same people that are telling me that, yeah, but look there, we're going there and it's for us, it's for our benefit, I just don't give a shit, man.
May I do a somewhat of a nuanced approach to this?
Sure.
Okay, I don't think we should scrap space programs. However, I think Aiden has a idealist view in terms of what the space programs do,
Right.
right? Because it's a program that ultimately is focused on developing and testing technology, a lot of which
Oh, that's a huge
obviously
component
could.
of it, and it also actually helps develop a lot of things for people that help people in the real world as well. Like as far as a lot of the technologies that NASA's developed, there's stuff within pacemakers that were developed during the Apollo program that we wouldn't have access to without their development of those things. So there's technologies that NASA's developed that help people just in a general sense as well.
Well,
Cryogenic technology for the shrinking of refrigeration, things like that.
Well, you could say the same thing about a
Sure.
giant war, though, and technologies that are built during a huge war. That doesn't make the having the war a good thing.
Yeah, the idea that technological development comes out of a war is what is the technological development serving in the context of that war? In the context of that war, that technology is being developed to kill people more efficiently than the technology that was developed prior to that. The technology I'm referring to is technology that helps keep people alive. So I think there's
Well,
a fundamental difference.
well, there's a well to continue my point because I definitely wasn't finished. I just want to say that yes, we do get these things, but what happens is that it's typically corporations that take advantage of this tech in that they monetize it, right? And, I'm not going to sit here and pocket watch. I'm not against the idea of people making money. I'm just kind of against the idea of straight up exploitation of, right? And we have way more tech, right? Like even for tires right now, if we want, everyone could have a tire that will just not be punctured, right? NASA
The same with
and
light bulbs.
these, even the way how we make fuel, we can make fuel that's way more efficient than what we have now. We have the technology. It's just that, guess what? It ain't trickling down. They're holding on to this tech for situations where once they've exploited enough, right, to
But
where
if
they
these
don't have any, they can just bust out these new, these technologies pretending as if they're new when they're really not. So they can keep so they can keep churning out money. What these people see is that they see us as a infinite money glitch. And as long as they keep farming, right? And that farming could change slightly depending on the situation, right? They'll keep making money. Their goal isn't at the end of the day to further humanity, because even if I say ignore poor starving people or whatever and just focus on space, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to help us or the planet in any ways. Because for all we know, they'll discover all of this technology, like they've done, right? They'll be like, oh, okay, this is cool. We can just save this for a later time. They'll exploit things here first
But Dean,
because it's cheaper to
but
do
Dean,
that.
you were talking about how it doesn't quote unquote trickle down, and I agree in the sense of trickle down economics, it doesn't trickle down. But technology developed by NASA, such as the miniaturization of circuits, the development of different RTG technologies for nuclear fission, like there's a variety of different things that have been done in service of this that have disseminated down to everyday usage. Like nuclear reactors are more efficient now at powering cities, which is another pro-environmental thing, by the way.
I know we, I know
Nuclear.
we, I know we have I know we have portable nuclear reactors, but guess what?
I wish we had
No,
portable nuclear
no.
reactors.
Well, we do. There's a company in
I mean, like in
Europe.
the Fallout sense of the portable nuclear
No,
reactor.
Oh no,
no,
nah, bro.
Russia has. It has a couple of ships which it can transfer wherever it needs the
No,
nuclear power.
so imagine
Right.
this,
No, I
right?
get.
Imagine this. You have a small power station, right, in each community, right?
Mhm.
And it'll run for like, let's say, a good 200 years before they need to change out the fuel. And all that needs to happen is that a section of that little plant is just get replaced. Like you're replacing a battery, and then they take the spent fuel and basically turn it into reusable fuel again and ship it somewhere else so it could power somewhere else, right? That's literally the tech that we have now. Why is it that's not even something we're even thinking about right now? Because think about it, right? If we have all of these data centers that are hogging up all of the power, which is increasing the costs for everyday people, they know these other these technologies exist. If they wanted to, they could just build out a mini little power station by each of these data centers, right? Or have one, right? So all of these different companies within a particular area, right, would pull power from. But they don't. They don't do it because it's not the cheapest route to do it. So it's for me, this is not a argument against developing technology. I love technology. My argument is that it's how they pick and choose to use technology. And unfortunately, it's not done in a positive way. I mean,
Let's
we
take a look.
we
Let's take a
we
look.
I mean, we know about vertical farming for quite some time now, right? But yet still, how much are we benefiting from it?
Okay, so let's take a look at NASA spin-off technologies. And let's take a look at some of the actual tangible examples of some of these technological developments. So, health and medicine, infrared ear thermometers. Diatech Corporation and NASA developed an oral thermometer that measures the thermal radiation emitted by the eardrum, similar to the way the temperature of stars and planets are measured. This method avoids contact with mucous membranes and permits rapid temperature measurement of newborn or incapacitated patients. NASA supported the Diatech Corporation through the Technology Affiliates Program. Ventricle Assist Device. Collaboration between NASA, Dr. Michael DeBakey, Dr. George Noon, and Micromed Technology Inc. resulted in a heart pump for patients awaiting heart transplants. The Micromed DeBakey Ventricle Assist Device, or VAD, functions as a bridge to heart transplant by pumping blood until a donor heart is available. Pumps approximately 1/10 the size of other currently marketed pulsable VADs. Because of the pump's small size, fewer patients developed device-related infections. It can operate up to 8 hours on batteries, giving patients the mobility to do normal everyday activities. LiDAR, eye tracking, and LASIK. So yeah, NASA. So there's things like that: cochlear implants, artificial limbs, light-emitting diodes, and medical therapies, invisible braces,
How
scratch-resistant
did NASA do all that?
What's that?
I mean,
Well,
how did
hold on.
NASA do all
There's
that?
sources. There's sources. So let's take a
Okay,
look. Which
I
one
mean,
do you want to take a look at?
Let me just add something. So World War II resulted in large-scale production of penicillin, along with breakthroughs in blood plasma storage and the development of mepicrine for malaria, which saved countless lives.
Well, penicillin was discovered prior to the outbreak of World War II. Maybe it increased the
Large-scale production of penicillin.
Sure, but that would have occurred irregardless of World War II. It was just the specific catalyst that caused that to happen when it did.
Right. Same with this. It would have
No,
occurred
these things were developed.
at
No,
some
that's
point.
not true. That's not true. Penicillin was something that was already invented prior to that. These things were invented specifically due to NASA funding these programs. So I don't think that's a true dichotomy. But here we can even go beyond that. Transportation, aircraft anti-icing systems, highway safety, safety grooving, the cutting of grooves in concrete to increase traction and prevent injury, was first developed to reduce aircraft accidents on wet runways. Represented by the International Grooving and Grinding Association, the industry expanded into highway and pedestrian applications. Safety grooving originated at Langley Research Center, which assisted in testing the grooving at airports and on highways. Skidding was reduced, stopping distance decreased, and a vehicle's cornering ability on curbs was increased. The process has been extended to animal holding pens, parking lots, and other potentially slippery surfaces. Let's see. Landmine removal. That's an interesting one. I didn't think that was the case. Landmine removal. Theocool has used surplus rocket fuel through an agreement with NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center to produce a flare that can safely destroy landmines. The fuel that is left unused from a launch will become a solid, which cannot be reused, but can be used as an ingredient needed to create the demining device flare. The demining device flare uses a battery-triggered electric match to ignite and neutralize landmines in the field without detonation. The flare uses the solid rocket fuel to burn a hole in the mine's case and burns away the explosive contents so the mine can be disarmed without hazard. So I would say these are pretty positive technological developments.
Well, what you're doing right now doesn't
Can I make a small correction?
No, before you make the correction, let's let Dean say what he needed to say.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. None of this actually addresses the point that I'm making, because I granted all of this, but I also made clear that there are technologies that they developed that we're not using, right? And the reason why we don't use them right now, why they're not being mass produced, comes down to companies not wanting to invest in producing them, because the production of what we currently have It's just much cheaper. We literally don't even need rubber wheels, right? We can make wheels out of better material.
No, I agree.
NASA has shown that for just as a small example, right? But yet still all we see is rubber wheels. Look at fuel. We could literally make, we have a process to make energy combining oxygen and hydrogen, right? And fuel vehicles if we want to, but we don't do that. But guess what? When we go to the moon, we'll be able to create that fuel.
We don't
right?
do it with hydrogen because it's extremely dangerous.
Now I have two corrections to make. First of all, I live in a city which had. It's no longer there. They moved it, but had one of the best tire factories in the world. They don't make rubber tires, and haven't for a very, 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 very long time. It's all synthetic. They don't use rubber for tires anymore, except for a few specific ones. And also, Aiden, irregardless, is not a word. And if it were a word, then it contains a double negative, and it means in regard to being the opposite of regardless. Just
boot this man.
And this is a pet peeve of mine.
You know what?
People who say irregardless, people who say irregardless need a better education, because that's not a thing. It is a thing now because a lot of people
Apparently, you need an education
dumb
on
enough
proper
to say it.
decorum, because your dumb ass just got thrown out of my room, Peter.
Oh,
so apparently you needed a better lesson on better.
That's the high road right there, Aiden. Show him.
No, I'm just joking. He's back. He's back. I just think the idea, like,
I'm not prepared for that.
So we stabilize the CO2 levels in the atmosphere, Big Bad Mama. What about all the
Okay, you didn't even let me finish my point there.
No, okay, then I'll mute up. Please,
okay,
go ahead.
yeah, you jumped on
Aiden
that
does
point,
that to everyone. Does it
So you're not helping,
to me all the time.
My other point was we're in the middle of a mass extinction event, and I would want to see that. You can't get rid of extinctions, of course, but I would rather see that stabilized and money put into ecosystems such that you don't have a mass extinction event anymore. So it would be a combination of those two things, the CO2 levels and minimizing the mass extinction event. Go ahead.
Dean, can you mute, please? Well, do you acknowledge the idea that if we started mining resources external to Earth, that we would therefore not need to exploit Earth's resources as much as we currently are right now?
Yes, but I mean, it would only affect certain things that we do to the environment. I mean, the biggest problem is deforestation.
Mining is extremely destructive, and one of the biggest reasons for deforestation is for mining.
It's not as well. Most of it's for ranching and for eating of beef, but
no, I agree. But mining is
that's where I'm talking about mostly the deforestation of the rainforest. But so and also the people who are going to be paying for this are going to be the taxpayers, and whether you'd admit it or not, most of it's going to be corporate welfare towards subsidies towards companies that are creating the technology for these for this program for the moon. And so, you are talking about the United States largely at this point because of our budget and the amount of money we have in the budget, defense budget.
Not necessarily, though. There's a long, storied history of international cooperation within space exploration. Like, for example,
but we're not even close to being there yet. To where, as Achilles brought up, we're in this mindset where, not in a mindset, it's a fact that the oligarchs are the ones that are operating the political system in the country, in the United States, and largely elsewhere as well. And they're also controlling the media. So you're not even close to being at a point where companies are going to cooperate for the long-term benefit of the environment. Go ahead.
I don't even think that they would cooperate for the long-term benefit of the environment. I think they would cooperate because the fact that they would be able to get those resources with effectively no regulation whatsoever on an environment where they don't need to worry about degradation of the surrounding area. Like, let's face it. Are we really going to be worried about how the lunar regolith looks as we
No.
strip mine the absolute shit out of it? No. We're going to fucking tear that shit up. And that's going to be very appealing to shareholders. The idea that we can just do this completely unregulated. So maybe in the beginning, there would be corporate welfare, but the amount of money that would be generated through an activity like that would be astronomically higher than anything that would necessitate any welfare of that sort. And also, I just wanted to pull up mining is a major driver of global deforestation, responsible for roughly 1.97 million hectares of forest lost between 2001 and 2023.
Well,
So
I
it
agree
is
with
one
you
of the
there.
major contributors to deforestation. And mining isn't even the only thing that we can do in space. We wouldn't need to rely on exploiting Earth's water as much as we currently do either. We would need, I mean, if we go beyond the Earth Moon system, there's practically, besides wood, any resource, including natural gas, oddly enough. All of that is available out there in the solar system. If you look at Titan, it's literally a giant moon that has oceans of liquid natural gas. So there's practically every resource you can possibly imagine just out there in the solar system, just hanging around, doing nothing right now.
Well, the problem with that I have with your position is that the only time any of that will most likely be exploited is whenever whatever we have here is already fully exploited.
Right, which is why I'm saying we need to get out there now. Because
Well,
we need to do it before we get rid of all of the resources here on Earth. And that's one of the ways that we allow that to happen.
well, that's not going to be their view though, because all they're going to do is think of it this way, right? There are some countries that has access to oil, and they don't really even make any money from the oil they have. I think it's mainly a Scandinavian country, right?
Greece, too.
Right. Okay. Right. They don't use their oil. That oil only exists as a backup to fund their energy and
Oh,
to
we don't want to do
possibly
that.
sell, if in a financial pinch.
And
So
I
it's
want to stay on this. I want to stay on this, if I may, Odin. I just want to use what you're just saying to explain the reason why they're not getting exploited in those other countries. It's not for a backup. It's because the resources required to extract that oil raises the price of the barrel tenfold than what we can get from countries that it is cheaper to extract it. If we take that analogy and we put it on an unknown asteroid, what is cheaper to extract from the countries that hasn't been exploited, or to spend billions of dollars to discover it, hundreds of billions of dollars to go there, trillions of dollars to make the machinery required to extract it and then bring it back?
then you got to train people to be astronauts, and it's one of the hardest jobs people can to get right now. So I understand what you're saying in
We
that.
largely automate the process. Hold on just one second here, guys. I'm sorry, I've been
Okay.
largely AFK. I've had to take care of a technical thing going on here. But
Oh,
You
did
better
you hear
go.
what I said though?
Why are you calling Scooby a technical thing?
Hey, you don't have any proof.
You went to the toilet.
That's
You
okay.
went to the toilet.
No,
That's what happened.
no, I would just be overt about that. I wouldn't hide that. Look,
Aiden, did you
I do
hear
have a
that
question.
point?
I do have a question.
Wait. Did you hear the point? My thing when I have discussions is to be people like getting something out of the discussion. So if you didn't get that point, I can just repeat it real quick. Or Odin can
Go ahead,
for me.
go ahead.
Maybe he will use less words. So if you weren't listening for the past 2 minutes, Odin, can you sum up what I just said?
Yeah, so basically the cost associated with mining outside is not worth it because the cost to exploit cheaper alternatives, right? Not necessarily just for mining it themselves, right? But there are cheaper alternatives right now. So they'll most likely just exploit that for as much as possible before they go anywhere else. It's essentially what me and Achilles was saying.
So I have a question. Okay. So let me. Can I respond to that though, really quick? Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
So why do you think it is? Do you think that it's a coincidence that slavery went away about the same time as the Industrial Revolution? Do you think that's a coincidence that in a bunch of these different countries that right around the same time that industrialization started taking hold, that's when slavery was done away with? Because I don't think that it was. And the reason why I don't think that it was because it became economically unwise to keep slaves in a consumer society where slaves were sure a very cheap, quite literally the cheapest source of labor possible. You cannot get cheaper than not paying somebody to do something.
Actually, it was more costly if you think about it. But go ahead.
Well, that's what I was about to say. It becomes more costly in an industrialized setting. And the reason why it becomes more costly is because you have the advent of machines that are able to produce resources at rates that are so much larger than what we had prior to that. That's what did away with slavery, not some sort of like humanity didn't just wake up collectively one day and decide this is wrong, we shouldn't do it anymore. There was always abolitionists. But the reason why we decided to do it on a societal level was because it was economically infeasible given the scalability of industrialization. And the exact same thing is true for space. I don't care how you could be looking at the richest region of Earth in terms of copper or gold or platinum, and you could be looking at the cheapest source of labor possible to extract that. But at the end of the day, if you have something up in space that's capable of mining 10 times as much copper, 100 times as much, 1,000 times as much, then the upfront cost that it takes to get that infrastructure established fades into the background compared to the sheer scalability. Because it wasn't cheap to build a factory. There was no cheap factories.
Yeah, but you're
extremely
overlooking.
costly.
You are overlooking a very important factor, which is what we said while you were gone, is that there are areas on the earth that there is oil, but the cost to extract it overcomes the cost of the actual oil. It would take the barrel tenfold the price of it. So where they're leaving those areas, those countries, for when the oil will be so expensive that it will be feasible to actually go there and make the whole installation to drill and take it out.
Right, but what is the reason why it's so much more difficult in those countries? It's because with most of those examples, Venezuela actually being one of them, it's easy to get the oil, but it's really hard to actually make it something useful, right? So that's one of the reasons.
Or the ground is different and it's not easy
Right.
to drill, right?
Right.
So,
or it's in really deep ocean reserves or something.
So the point here is that while we're talking about a potential new resource which is out there,
It's not potential. It's proven.
We need trillions to make the whole mechanism of creating the necessary environment to extract it, the machinery. Right. I mean, I've played video games where it's just easy. You make
and
your
the cost
code,
hold on, I don't know. The cost to build a factory is massive as well. And let me finish this example, right? The cost to build a factory is massive compared to the cost of having a plantation up front. If you're the first person to build a factory that automates what those slaves on that plantation are doing, then that is going to be an extremely large upfront cost. But you also have a critical advantage because you're the only one in town now with a factory. So while, yes, the upfront cost is massive, the potential for gain and profit is equally exponential, which is what is going to drive other people to start building factories, which is what happened in history and why industrialization took off as rapidly as it did.
Sure, but again, right? I understand what you're saying. I'm not necessarily even denying any of that, right? What I'm addressing is why would these people who currently have a easier way to make money go like invest in something that's not going to give them any return in like probably hundreds of years.
Why do you say
Right?
hundreds of years?
Well, because it'll take significantly more than just building a factory. I'll give an example.
Of course it will. No, of
Right?
course.
Like, so if it's a situation, because let's keep it a buck, right? The mechanism any of this is gonna happen through is through a government, right? And it's basically gonna be the government following the orders of the corporations, right? So who you really need to convince is the corporations and to some extent the people. If it was a situation where all of this technology was benefiting the everyday person in a way that would completely make their lives easier, right? Like that taxpayers in tax dollars, that's an investment, and then they take advantage of that, right? I would understand that, but most people they aren't benefiting from those things, like not really at all, right? And if anything, a lot of that tech is basically just become another means to generate money, and that's just it, right? It's like, people are going to sit here and think that Elon has this space program, um, and pretend as if the government didn't have anything to do with that. Absolutely, the government has everything to do with that. Now, how much percentage of that, of whatever, right, he's doing is going to affect the everyday dude who works at McDonald's? Like, it's not going to really have any effect.
Well, let me just
outside of getting him to buy something that's cool.
Can I? And I'll get back to that just really quick. I don't have a lot of time before I got to work. So, Big Bad Mama, are you there right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, his ass is eating, yo.
I'm drinking a Reese's
Big Bad
peanut
Mama's
butter
doing
shake.
the opposite of what Aiden just did.
Reese's peanut butter shake. Wow, it's the most American thing that I've ever heard you say.
Oh, it's so good.
I bet it's quite tasty. But look at what I got pulled up on the screen here, right? Environmental and agricultural resources, water pure. Oh no! What a horrible thing. Water pure. I know. NASA engineers are collaborating.
Let me ask
with
you something.
companies.
Okay, I see
Well,
this.
no, let me
see
finish
this.
what I'm saying though.
Okay.
Like, there's water purification, solar cells, pollution remediation. Like, there are several things here where this has directly made an impact to help with environmentalism, and I don't see where environmentalism has helped with space exploration. I'm just saying one helps the other, whereas
my
it's not
question
the
is,
case for the other way around.
do we need
Hey,
to?
wait a minute. This was directed to me, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So, Aiden, walk me through how this is how we're going to get to the point of being able to ship vast mining deposits to the Earth. Step me, you can do it quickly, but step me how that's going to happen from where we are now, which
from where we are
landed on the Earth right now to where and what the timeline is on that.
So I personally, I'll just tell you right now, off the top of my head, I don't know how we would be able to get that accomplished the same way that I don't know how we would be able to, off the top of my head, get the CO2 levels in the atmosphere down to a reasonable level. Like, just off the top of my head, that's not something that I have access to. I could certainly look into it and give you more resources as far as how that might be accomplished. But as far as
you're proposing this, you're proposing this moon base, which
right.
I expect is going to be underground,
correct,
massive underground complex with all sorts of transportation routes on the moon itself between the mining areas and the base. And how is that all going to, and you're proposing that we do this now. I'm just saying, what do you have can you envision the steps that's going to entail?
I say that we start. So what Artemis 3 is doing right now, or what is going to do, I should say, is scouting out the areas of the moon to make sure that what I am talking about right now is even feasible beyond conceptualization, right? And that's, I think we're kind of starting to miss the forest from the trees here in this conversation, because it's important to point out that right now, per what NASA's doing, we don't even know whether or not for sure that is going to be feasible. But we're never going to know whether or not that's feasible unless we send people over there in order to examine these channels that exist on the moon and plot out whether or not they would actually be workable for this. So as of right now, I'm not sure whether or not that's the case, but it's missions like this that are going to be able to make.
Well, say it is. Say we determine that it's feasible.
Right. At that point, we would begin developing based off of the data that we have there. So there could be channels that are in the moon where some of them are conducive to that, whereas others are not. And then you're going to have to plot where the base is based on the ones that are feasible. Like, the data needs to be there in order to extrapolate how that's going to be done. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah,
and we're never going to find out that we're never going to find that data as far as, like, how are we going to be able to build this base? What's the base going to look like? How is the infrastructure going to be laid out? How far is that base going to be from the worthwhile deposits? How large are those deposits going to be? All of those things are going to be worked out by people actually going there and figuring that shit out. And that's what we're doing right now. We're in the early stage. If we're comparing this to the California Gold Rush, we're currently sending the pioneers out there in order to survey the land, essentially, right now. Now, maybe we're going to be able to set up a bunch of mines, and maybe it's going to be worthwhile, and maybe it's not. But unless we send the pioneers out there to go and check it out, we're never going to know, are we?
Well, I mean, I would think that they would have to determine a plan first, and whether it's going to be cost effective to, even if those deposits exist, and even if you can do the transportation on the moon and transporting it back to Earth, which is a whole nother issue, that those costs could probably be done up front, I would think.
Part of Flesh says gotta head out. Okay, take care, Achilles.
Yeah, probably.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Big Bad Mom.
Great discussion.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Yeah,
Later, Achilles.
No.
Good talking to you, Achilles.
Take care. Yeah.
I've
got to get to work in less than 20 minutes here anyways. But I do just want to say, hi, by the way, Mud. I just want to say that...
Hi, Mud. Sorry.
I'm willing to grant right off the bat that there's a distinct possibility that Artemis 3 goes there, and what they find is that this is not feasible. This is not something that we can do. And if indeed that's the case, I'll be the first one to say, well, I guess that that was just something that isn't going to get beyond the conceptualization phase. But
do you think they would tell us that, though, if they determined it wasn't feasible? Or
yes,
do you think that there are powers that be that are going to bullshit us to the point where they want us to fund another mission for?
Well, there's going to need to be data that's released to substantiate that, right? There's going to need to be studies that are done on the lunar regolith, on the channels underneath the lunar regolith, their stability, how large they are, how frequent they are, what resources could be extracted even from within those channels and not just on the surface. You know, like all of those things are factors that are going to have data associated with them. And that data is going to be made available to the scientific community. So there's going to be an incentive at that point, if indeed that data is being fudged, for other scientists to find that data and discredit that information. So I wouldn't put it past corporations to do something like that, but keep in mind that this is also all being filtered through NASA as an organization. So while there are corporations that do help fund NASA, NASA as an entity, I don't think has ever had any kind of history of falsifying data like that. At least not on an provable level. And like I was saying,
well,
before,
they were funded by the Nazis, or they were
that's true.
discovered by the Nazis.
That's true.
That's for you, Mud.
That's right.
I'm sorry.
What was his name? What was his name? God, I'm gonna have to think about that. Something Brown.
Von Himmlerberger.
Yeah. There you go. Perfect. So yeah, I think that there is a possibility that this just doesn't pan out. And if that is the case, then by all means, let's just let it lie and focus our entirety of our attention elsewhere. But I think as long as the possibility exists and as long as the data shows that this is feasible, then I do think that it is ultimately in our best interests to do it. Because let's face it, even if the worst case scenario happens, right? The worst case scenario where the mega corporations benefit from all of it and we don't benefit any of it from it whatsoever. Even in that scenario, they're still extracting all of that shit over there because they're able to extract it more readily because there's no regulation behind its extraction. And not only that, but it's still getting exploited by some people rather than just sitting there doing nothing for anyone whatsoever. And that's the difference between exploiting resources in space and resources on Earth, right? Is if you leave things alone on Earth, there's an argument for that as far as it being disruptive to the environment. But as far as I'm concerned, go and get all that shit that's up there in space. Otherwise, it's not benefiting anyone at all.
You just have to feasibly be able to take it back to Earth. And I see that as a huge problem. Probably even more than setting up the base itself.
Well, gravitational assistance, let me just spitballing off of the top of my head, just off of pure speculation. The means of getting things off of the moon, like lifting off from the surface of the moon, is going to be significantly less costly than anything associated with the Earth. Like I was stating earlier, the Earth is the most difficult body in the inner solar system to launch a rocket off of because of its mass, because of its atmosphere.
Right, we're not flying things off the Earth, though. We'd be flying things off the moon. I mean, we take things from the Earth by train and by land, when it comes to mineral resources and the like.
Right.
We're not flying them, launching them through Earth's atmosphere.
And that's just the thing. The moon doesn't have an atmosphere to worry about. It doesn't have nearly as much mass to be able to hold things down. So while there is going to be a
gravity,
cost,
yeah,
there's gravity, yeah, but I'm saying there's not nearly as much mass. I think it's like 1/16 the mass of Earth or something like that. So the gravity that you're dealing with is much, much lower. You're still going to need a rocket, obviously, But the size of the rocket that you have to deal with is going to be tiny compared to the one that you would have to do equivalently for Earth. And the rocket fuel that is needed for that can be manufactured locally due to the fact that they have deposits of water on the moon that they can refine into rocket fuel.
But you're
That is something that
flying.
could be
You're
sourced
flying
locally.
over off the planet, basically.
You are, and you're doing it in probably the best conditions within the inner solar system you possibly could. An extremely low gravity environment where you don't have to deal with an atmosphere. So it's probably, I would say, as far as an industrial site within the solar system, the moon is arguably the best place in the entire solar system to turn into a giant industrial yard. And we have it at our doorstep. It's literally right there relative to everything else around us in the solar system. So yeah, is the cost going to be there? Yeah, I agree, it's there. But the base being where it is, it's also going to be one of the only locations within the solar system that would have near instantaneous communication with the Earth. Because if you have a Mars base or a base on Venus or something like that, you're going to have to deal with like up to 10 to 15 minutes of communication delay before you hear back. With the moon, it's nearly instantaneous. So it's, I just
there's
imagine
the whole terraforming at that point that we've had that discussion before.
Yeah, we have. I thought that was one of my favorite conversations.
Yeah, that was a good one. We were talking with Mark Reed, and everybody had I was like Moon first, you were like Venus first, and Mark was Mars first. So it was a really good discussion.
It was. But yeah, the moon is going to be a challenge. I don't deny that. And it very well could be that it just either it doesn't have as many resources that we think it does on the surface. Maybe they just are a lot more deeper than they are on the Earth through a lack of geological activity. Like tectonic sorting could either work to our benefit or to our detriment, because the lack of tectonic sorting could mean that all of those resources are up close to the surface and readily
further
available,
down,
or further down and much more difficult.
Right.
It really just depends on what we end up finding. But I'm not going to lie to you. Another aspect of it that I do find myself enamored with is the exploration side of things. I think there's a very deep yearning within humanity to know more about the world that we inhabit and know more about the universe that we inhabit. And I think that while that's certainly not the primary modus operandi to do something like this, I do think that there is something fundamentally very noble about us going out there and finding all of these things out and benefiting all of humanity through that knowledge.
How much of your opinion is based on Dune?
They don't really talk a lot about space in Dune. That's the funny thing.
Well, there's mining, though. Of course, there's mining.
That's true.
Spice
There's
or whatever it is.
Yeah, on Arrakis. Yeah, the spice must flow. Yeah. Everybody thinks that the spice is oil, but in reality, the spice actually, in classic Herbert fashion, he's got to convolute it.
Was it a mineral or a biological thing?
It's a product of the sandworm.
That's what I thought. It was sandworm shit or something.
Basically, yeah, it is like sandworm shit, essentially. And it makes us trip the fuck out.
Right.
So it's because of that the guild navigators are capable. It's so fucking cool, dude. I don't have too long to get into it. But the fact that in the Dune universe, the way that they get around is through a bunch of fucking druggies just sitting in a vat somewhere on a ship, just tripping balls and going, yeah, that's the way to go. Like, that's fucking cool, dude. I don't care what you think about it.
Now I know why you're defending this position.
If we found spice on the moon, I'd be there yesterday. I'll just say that.
Thanks, Aiden. I'm going to take up.
Yeah, I'm going to be probably shutting the stream down as well. Thank you for being here, Big Bad Mama. Thank you to everybody that's been here. Yeah, for sure.
Odine.
Peter?
Bye, Peter.
Oh,
I think it's wonderful. Okay.
Take care.
I'm not prepared for that.
Bad Mama.
I'm not prepared for this. Oh, Mod's leaving. Bye.
I'm going to keep that one. By the way, I think I've got your next thumbnail.
You do, eh? Let's see it. Hold on. Let me pull up. Let me pull this up. 24/7. Hey, this one was pretty drama free, I would say. I'd say that this stream was
I mean,
a relatively
that's why I said the next one.
I see. I got you. I'm just stupid. Anyways.
Yes.
I'm going to be shutting this down.
I think it's wonderful. Okay.
Have a good one, Peter. Dean, thank you for being here. Yeah. I saw that you ducked out earlier, but thank you for being here, Dean. Oh, hold up.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. Doom Base, thank you for.
And considering the time we live in, I have a message to all viewers.
Oh, y'all summer body looking, mine looking like I have a great personality. Hell yeah. That's the way to be. Phantom says, terraform Jupiter first. It has the most surface area. Good idea. Good idea. I mean, even the Great Red Spot by itself is bigger than the whole Earth. So yeah, you got lots to work with there.
I still feel bad for Pluto.
I know. Everybody feels
probably
bad
alone in that.
No, I think everybody on some level feels pretty bad for Pluto. Anyways, thank you to Doombase for being here. Thank you to Missing Mod for being here. Thank you to PhantomX11 for being here. Thank you to whoever the hell this guy is for being here. No, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Professor Hizzle, for being here.
I'm not prepared for that.
Thank you, Claude. Thank you, Robin Webster. Send Elon to Mars. His money stays. Good idea. Thank you to Dean, if I didn't already say thank you. To you, good sir. Thank you to Achilles. Thank you to Steven. Thank you to B.S. Lewis. Thank you even to Lupin Tupin Takes a Poopin'. Though it may have been as menial as your IQ, your watch time is appreciated. Spooky Bed Hair, thank you for being here. Mr. Logo, Christopher Pike, Re-Examination. I feel like I have just finished an Oscar acceptance speech, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and Krista. Can't forget. You gotta send that to me. You gotta say, oh wait, you already did. No, you already did. Yeah, I'm gonna use that as the thumbnail for a certain YouTube poop.
And you should have that one too.
Yeah, that one too. Yep. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Have a good one and take care.